欲望が月のように闇をループしてる。そうひび割れた現実に置き去りにしてきたものすべて力に変えてゆくよ。未熟なこの手に溢れそうな理想が遠く輝いた星をつかむまで成功の夢がほらこの胸に降り注ぐたどり着ける奇跡を信じながら鳴りやまない痛みもかき消すほど声を上げて明日は守るから何を探しているの欲望が月のように闇をループしてる。そうひび割れた現実に置き去りにしてきたものすべて力に変えてゆくよ。未熟なこの手に溢れそうな理想が遠く輝いた星をつかむまで成功の夢がほらこの胸に降り注ぐたどり着ける奇跡を信じながら鳴りやまない痛みもかき消すほど声を上げて明日は守るから
Howdy. Oop. Howdy, howdy, everyone. How's it going? How about Tsukihime? Tsukihime's on the table. For sure. I do definitely want to play that one as well. We should have a death counter. That's actually a good idea. Let me go ahead and do that. Do-do-do-do-do. Yes, text. Hold on. It's bottom. Way too big the size. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. No problem, no problem. Good, hope you guys are doing well. Hey Chemchillo, how's it going? Yeah, so this is a pretty long one. This is not going to be done all in one day. In fact, it was agreed upon that... Oh, hold on. Make sure that everyone can hear me well enough. Yeah, it looks like everyone can hear me just fine. Okay. Yeah, so... The long and short of it is that this is going to be a weekend only thing. Well, all my streams are weekend only for the moment. But we'll be going back and forth between FGO and Face Day Night. And of course, if there's anything more important like Girls Frontline, that will take priority. But hopefully this will be pretty fun for us. I hope it'll be pretty fun. That said, FSN is very long. It's very long. So I don't want to meander for too long on this screen. We'll be here. This is going to be a long stream. Probably like 7 to 8 hours, maybe even 9 if it's really that fun. There's going to be a lot of reading, a lot of talking. So let's get right down to it. I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life, have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade walks. When I came to, I was lying in a burning field. It must have been a big fire. The familiar town was an unrecognizable smoking ruin. It looked like a scene from a war movie. The sight didn't last long though. As morning dawned, the fires gradually died down. The towering walls of fire shrunk to embers, and most of the buildings looked to have collapsed. It felt so strange being the only unchanged thing in the town. I was the only one left alive. I was either unfortunate, or the house I'd been inside was built on the luckiest ground of all time. Either way, I was the only one alive. Since I'd survived, I felt I needed to keep on living. I walked aimlessly, thinking it would be dangerous to remain where I was. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid becoming what happened to everyone around me, those scorched, blackened masses. It wasn't a feeling of disgust. Some other emotion was driving me on. At the same time, I had no hope. It was a miracle I was alive at all, and I didn't think I was going to last much longer. There was just no way in hell I was going to survive. There was simply no way I would ever escape this crimson hellscape, no matter what I did. That was how desperate, how hellish this place was, even through the eyes of a young boy. And then I collapsed. Either there was no air around me, or I simply couldn't breathe anymore. I just collapsed, and all I could do was look up at the sky, at the slowly clouding sky. The scorched black masses around me lay motionless. The dark clouds covered the sky, promising rain. Good. The rain will put out the fires. I took one final deep breath and looked up at the rain clouds. I couldn't breathe, but I still felt pain. I said that out loud on behalf of all those people who couldn't say those words themselves. That was 10 years ago. Miraculously, in the midst of all that, I was saved. My physical body survived, but everything else was scorched, reduced to ash. When a young child loses their parents or their home, there was really nothing left of them, and so everything other than my body perished. Put as simply as possible, in exchange for my body living, my heart died. So dramatic. I'm dreaming. I squinted, seeing a bright white light. It was blinding. Light stabbed at my eyes when I woke. I doubt I really knew what the sensation of blinding light was in the first place. No, we're not counting this as a death. Huh? What? As my eyes adjusted, I woke, alarmed. I was lying in a bed I didn't recognize, in a room that I didn't recognize. I was honestly stunned, but the cleanliness of the white room made me feel at ease. Where am I? I looked blankly at the surroundings. The room was spacious, and beds lined it in neat rows. All the beds were full, and it looked like each bed's occupant was injured. But the room didn't feel depressing at all. Everyone injured survived. I let my eyes wander. I looked out the window. The clear blue sky was so incredibly beautiful. A few days passed, and I was finally able to take in the situation. I had no problem remembering what happened the days before. But I wasn't much different from a newborn during this time. Strange as it was, that was closer to the truth than might seem possible. The fire was just that bad. I was rescued from the fire. I awoke in a hospital. My parents were gone, and my entire body was wrapped in bandages. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I did know that I was alone. It didn't take long for me to accept my circumstances. Maybe I had no choice, really. All the other children were in the same boat. And then, later, in the moment, I, naive as I was, started to worry about what would become of me. He walked in. He appeared the day my bandages came off and I started eating on my own. His hair was disheveled, his suit tattered. He looked a bit younger than my doctor. He looked more like someone's older brother than someone's father. Should I? I usually do. But I don't know. Should I only narrate, or should I also speak out the dialogue as well? I think for now, I'll just only narrate. Speak only during the girls' dialogue. Just narrate at this point? Sure. His beaming smile seemed to blend into the pouring white sunlight. His voice was somehow irritingly fake, yet extremely gentle.
率直に聞くけど、孤児院に預けられるのと、初めて会ったおじさんに引き取られるの、君はどっちがいいかな？
He was offering to take me in. I asked if we were related. He said we were complete strangers. He looked like an unremarkable, unreliable guy. But then again, he was no more or less familiar than the orphanage. So I decided I'd go with him.
そうか。よかった。なら早く身支度を済ませよう。新しい家に一日でも早く慣れなくっちゃいけないからね。
He started gathering my things hastily. Even as young as I was, I could see he wasn't any good at it. And after he made a mess
おっ
packing,
と、大切なことを言い忘れた。うちに来る前に一つだけ教えなくちゃいけないことがある。
he turned, asking for confirmation. He asked so casually, as if asking me if there was something there's somewhere I wanted to go.
はじめに言っておくとね、僕は魔法使いなんだ。
He said it in a serious, almost ceremonious manner. It happened so fast. Now that I think back, I was also immature. I just accepted his words as fact. I took it neither as a joke or a genuine statement. Really? That's so cool, Pops. I guess it said something like that, eyes wide in astonishment. And I was his child. Actually, I don't really remember how that conversation went. But every now and then, my old man would bring it up. He would recount that scene over and over, acting all embarrassed. That scene might have been the happiest day of my old man, a man named Kiritsugu Imiya. Life. You can say that it was one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid he was a magician. But I was no better, the way I so eagerly bought into it. And that was how my old man adopted me, and how I took the last name Imiya. Shiro Imiya. When I said that name out loud, I felt really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. It was from my childhood. It's probably about 8 years ago, since it's about that time when I talked my old man into making me his apprentice. Kiritsugu had started going away on a regular basis once I was old enough to stay at home by myself. He'd always give me some childish, unbelievable explanation like, I'm going to go on an adventure around the world. Then he actually do it. Hey guys, hey Ace, how's it going? From then on, that's how it always was. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a month, and at times he didn't come home for half a year. Wait, how did Kiritsugu die? Old age? I actually forgot what the exact reasoning was. I don't think it was old age, though. It might have been sickness, like magic sickness. I want to say it was unnatural. Yeah, I want to say it was unnatural. Yeah, it was a curse. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The Imiya Mansion is an expansive Japanese samurai-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. It felt too big and empty for a child like me, and at times I felt lost. But I liked my life here. Whenever Kiritsugu came home from his trips, he would brag and tell stories like an excited child. And another child, one who shared his last name, always looked forward to those stories. I may have been alone in the mansion, but Kiritsugu's stories always helped lessen that. He was always pursuing a dream like a boy. I was wary of his whims, yet at the same time, he always looked radiant to me. Maybe that's why I'll hope to be like him one day. Well, as childish as I might have been, I realized I needed to get my act together, since I had an old man with his head constantly in the clouds. That said, I'm going to avoid talking spoilers, just in case we have any new people here. I know Dylan never played this before. I hear a sound. The heavy rusted hinges on the door creak as it's being pushed open. Light pours in through the crack in the door. My mind tries to shake off the slumber. I hear footsteps drawing near, and I feel the winter air flowing in. What's up, babe? Morning, Sakura. Also, when does Shiro talk? I remember Shiro talking in the older versions. The bug release? I don't. The settings thing? Let's take a look. I must be dead. Let me take a look. No, he has a voice. Oh, it is muted. Interesting. Why was he auto-muted? That's strange. Do people not like his voice? Huh. Okay. You call me senpai one more time? It's really a heaven's feels, alright? Eh? It's definitely a more VN staple to have MC muted self-insert. That makes sense. I really don't identify with self-inserts most of the time. I'm not sure why, but Sakura looks more cheerful than usual. Let me know if I need to like adjust the sound settings, because for me anyways, the song is really loud right now. I can still hear everything, but I'm not sure how it is on stream side. I answer, still half asleep. My head's still not right, so even I don't know what I'm saying. Lower the music a bit? Okay. Let me see if I can do this. Lower BGM while voices play. We'll go with that. We'll see how that works out. Sakura is giggling. Crap. I must still be sleepy if I said something weird. The cold winter air helps at a time like this. The chill snaps my lethargic mind awake. And in front of me stands my junior at school, Sakura Mato. I'm in my house's storehouse, and it's just about 6 o'clock in the morning.
遅かったんでしょ。なら朝はゆっくりしてください。朝食の支度は私がしておきますから。
Yeah, as long as that's good, then I won't change anything. But if it's still quiet, let me know. I can raise the voices. It was at like 50 volume or something like that. Sakura is practically bouncing with excitement. That's odd. Sakura is weirdly energetic this morning.
バカ、そういうわけにいくか。今起きるから一緒にキッチンに行こう。
He also voiced Sasuke? I didn't know that.
よし、準備完了。それじゃあ行こう、さくら。
いえ、その先輩。
なんだよ、他に何かあるのか。
いえ、そういうことではないんですけど、その先輩、家に戻る前に着替えた方がいいと思います。
So I looked up the translation, and they said that the remastered translation is better than what it was before. So that's why I didn't bother with changing anything besides Artoria's name. I'm fine. Look at myself. I fell asleep working last night, so I'm still wearing my coveralls. Better. The coveralls I wear while I'm working are usually dirty. Who knows what Fujini would say or do if I went into the house as is.
まだ目が覚めてないみたいだ。なんか普段に増して抜けてるな、俺。
They mean more localized? Which route are we in right now? None of them. This is still the beginning.
そうかもしれませんね。ですから朝食の支度を私に任せて、先輩はもう少しゆっくりしていてください。それにほら、ここを散らかしっぱなしにしていたら藤村先生。
Right now, it's literally none of them.
そうだな。それじゃあ着替えてから行くから、さくらは先に戻っていてくれ。
はい、お待ちしてますね、先輩。
Saw Fragile Male Ego being a translation. I don't remember that being the old one anyways, but we'll see how it goes. At least as far as I saw, for the Steam version, I didn't see any mods that changes the translation back to its original form. I didn't see anything like that anyways. The most I saw is changing Natsu's obsession with calling Artoria as Altria. That's like the only thing I saw. Sakura quickly walks out. Okay then. I'll change into my school uniform first, then I need to collect all the parts I left scattered around. The storehouse is in the corner of the backyard, and all sorts of junk is crammed in there. Though I've always liked to tinker with gadgets, so the place is a treasure trove to me. The old man forbade me to go into the storehouse, but I ignored his warnings and snuck inside almost every day. Now it's sort of a base for me. I guess you can call this place my real room. The massive India house never felt homey to me, but I've always felt at ease in here, surrounded by all this junk.
そもそももったいないじゃないか。ガラクタって言ってもまだ使えるし。
That's what I figured what it was, Federico. That is literally just a spelling difference. It would still be Artoria regardless, but because the L and R sound the same in Japanese. But yeah, it still just looks really weird. Besides, oh yeah. Oh, move on. A majority of things in the storehouse are everyday things, mostly unusable. I'm not sure whether I brought it all in because I liked it here, or whether I liked this place because it was full of junk. Either way, I snuck into the storehouse almost daily, and I sort of made it my hobby of fixing broken things. I'm not the type who gets attached to things, but it just didn't feel right to neglect the things that were still usable. Or maybe it would be better to say the idea of doing that just bothered me. Which is why I stayed up all night trying to fix a broken stove.
完成は明日か。途中で寝るなんて集中力が足りない証拠だ。
I tried to shake off my self-disgust at that. I gathered the parts for the stove and put them back on the shelf of things waiting to get fixed. There's no more room though. Once I fixed the stove, an old VCR is up next. Both of which were destroyed by Fuji Ni. We can set that aside for now. I changed it to my school uniform. Since the storehouse is like my own room, I have all the essentials, including changes of clothes in here. The rest are things like haphazardly drawn blueprints scattered all over the place and little junk from my failed attempts at fixing various things. Also, there's some sort of pattern carved into the storehouse's floor, perhaps used as some sort of altar in the past.
さて、今日も一日頑張って精進しよう。
They didn't have a unified pronunciation? Yeah, that makes sense. I understand that. It's just a funny situation if I'm completely honest. Like, everyone is saying, is this way? And then Nasu's like, eh. I clapped my hands in prayer at the storehouse and turned towards the mansion. I walked from the storehouse to the mansion. This Emiya residence is a Japanese samurai-style house located on the outskirts of town. My old man wasn't from a noble family, yet for some reason he owned this giant house. That in itself was a mystery, and it also seems he didn't have any relatives here in Japan. And so when my old man died, there was no one else to inherit this mansion, so it came to me as his adopted son. Though to be honest, I don't have any administrative abilities. So things like inheritance, property taxes, and any other complicated things are all handled by Old Man Fujimura. Old Man Fujimura is a major businessman who lives nearby. Kuritsugu described Old Man Fujimura as an old man who's like a Yakuza boss. Obviously, that was his own biased view. In fact, Old Man Fujimura is not like a Yakuza boss, he is a Yakuza boss. That may be a problem in itself, but I try not to dwell on it. Anyway, that's why I live in this giant mansion on my own. It's been 5 years since my old man died. Time sure does fly. I sigh, thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I trained every day to become like Kuritsugu, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising since I didn't have what it takes from the start, but the fact that I haven't improved at all these past 5 years forces me to reassess things. If I had to sum up my current situation, I'd say I set the bar too high. I haven't even reached the starting line. No, rushing won't do me any good. For now, I just had to do what I can. Okay then. What I need to do now is... First choice. I'm not moving till I hear answers. Actually, mind you what? Can you access the other routes with this? No. Not at the very beginning, no. You'll be railroaded if you make the wrong choice. So there'll be game overs. Assuming this is a fresh save? Yeah, this is a fresh save. Help then? Okay. Right, I need to help Sakura. Making someone younger than me do all the work would be embarrassing, and I feel bad for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. But I'm too late. Breakfast looks to be done already. The appetizing scent of the breakfast Sakura cooked wafts towards me from the kitchen. Sakura finished cooking, and she's actually searching the cupboards for dishes.
めんぼくない。せめて食器の用意ぐらいはやるから、さくらは座っててくれ。
もう来ちゃったんですか、先輩。
もうじゃないぞ。6時10分って言ったら朝飯を食ってる時間じゃないか。完全に寝坊だよ。
そんなことはないと思いますよ。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に早起きです。
部活は関係ない。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのも問題じゃないか。
Yeah, the funny part of that though is that once you're in a route, you're locked in. It's just that since this is the early chapter, essentially the prologue, you actually can just veer into another route. And then the game's like, no, you'll die now, basically.
それは何度も聞いた。だから俺も部活に関係なく早起きしてるんだ。さくらが来てくれるなら、その時間には起きてないと失礼だろ。
To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and oversleeping means I make Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Though this ranking started only about a year and a half ago.
ともかく、さくらは休んでろよ。あとは並べるだけなんだから、それぐらい俺にやらせてくれ。
Maybe it's a culture thing, but having to take care of club stuff so early is a bit weird to me. I think it is a culture thing because when I was in clubs, that only really happened during college for me. Like in high school and middle school, if I was in a club, it's usually the teacher that took care of things. I stand next to Sakura and pull out the dishes. Sakura has a surprisingly stubborn side, so she won't rest unless I really push. Sakura's good to marry. I agree, actually.
いや、だから全部こっちでやるからいいってば。
いけません。先輩はお家の主人なんですから、朝くらいはドーンと構えていてください。
ドーンと構えろって。さくら一人に働かせてのんびりしている主人なんて家主失格だぞ。いいから、さくらは今に行ってろって。
はい、ぜひ失格してください。これ、いつも美味しいご飯を食べさせてもらっているお返しなんです。だからできれば先輩にゆっくりしていてほしいです。
食費だったら折半なんだからさくらが気にすることじゃない。感謝なんて言ったら俺がしたいぐらい。
Hey, well, like, how's it going?
さくらが来てくれるようになってから
Hope you're having a good
飯が
time.
豪勢になったからな。
やっぱり先輩分かってなかったんですね。先輩のお家のご飯が美味しいのはそういうことじゃないんです。
そういうことじゃないってどういうことだ？
いえ、何でもありません。けど責任取ってくださいね。私、先輩の家じゃないとご飯を美味しくいただけなくなっちゃったんですから。
You are currently interning as mages rather than commanders. Now the commander got isekai'd again.
バカ、おかしなこと言うな。藤姉に聞かれたらどうするんだ。あの人には冗談なんて通じないんだから。
そうですね。藤村先生に聞かれたら大変です。
まったくだ。あんまりおかしなこと言うな。
はい、言いません。言いませんから、お手伝いしていいですよね、先輩。
We fuck heroic spirits now. Sakura looks at me in the eyes so naturally and calmly.
いいよ、好きにしろ。そんなにやりたきゃさくらに任せる。
はい、好きにします、私。
Somehow the commander is more dense than Shiro.
まったく、本当に最近言うこと聞かなくなったよな、さくら。
ですね。藤村先生に似てきたのかもしれません。
She responds softly as she reaches towards the cupboard. Her dark hair gently falls over her shoulder, and the curves of her body catch my eye. He's like, "Oh, what's this down here?" Oh! I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura's been looking more feminine lately. Her casual movements or her profile are so pretty, and I inadvertently avert my eyes.
先輩、どうかしましたか?
No, I just need to buy some new pants, that's all.
いや、どうもしてない。どうもしてないから気にしないでくれ。
Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's youngest sister? Sakura's just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine, and she's someone I need to look after. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly, though initially we weren't very close since she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt, and things kinda stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better, but I guess something or other happened, and somehow she ended up helping out or with household chores. Either way, Sakura's a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting lately. Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. I'm sure being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm on the face, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai. Breakfast is lined up neatly on the table. A perfectly balanced meal of chicken with parsley salad, grilled salmon, blanched spinach, miso soup, and radish and carrots, and grated yam soup. That sounds really good. See, me? I am much more exquisite. I get tacos and that's it.
いただきます。
Sakura and I sit down and bow, and begin our meal in silence. The gentle tapping of chopsticks is the only sound in the room. Sakura isn't typically talkative, and I hardly have anything to chat about during meals, so we eat in silence. Normally it's much rowdier than this, but the person usually causes the commotion must have watched a spy movie or something last night, because she's eyeing the two of us through a newspaper she propped up in front of her food.
藤村先生、ご飯時に新聞は見ない方がいいと思いますよ。
Yeah, the Tsukihime remake looks fantastic, if I'm completely honest. I can't wait to play that. I appreciate that, Ace. I know everything, but there's likely, if not at least one person who is new to this. Which one is the Lunatia you talking about? Sakura remarks diffidently, but Fujini ignores her. Fujini's acting weird, but her being weird at breakfast isn't really all that weird for her. Sakura used to it too, and she's eating as if nothing is the matter. Sakura typically cooks up Western dishes. Welcome back, Dylan. She really only began learning to cook Japanese dishes since she started coming here to help me out. Sakura learned to cook simple Japanese dishes, at least for breakfast, because Fujini and I prefer them. Now, Sakura's cooking skills have improved to the point she's better than me, and I'm the one who's teaching her. Her miso soup is flavorful and refined now, and she even gotten to the point where she can grate yams and is making yam soup. Actually, I think today is the first time she's served up yam soup.
Sakura, 醤油取って。
大変です先輩。先輩のお醤油は昨日で切れてます。
One of them will cook apple pie. If there is one person who would cook apple pie, it'd be Sakura, but I don't think she can. I don't think she ever did cook apple pie.
じゃあ藤根のでいいや。取って。
藤村先生、いいですか？
And Artori is too much of a barbarian to cook. Fujini nods. The newspaper shuffles.
はいどうぞ。とろろ汁に使うんですか？
ああ、とろろには醤油だろう、普通。
A line of soy sauce streams from the bottle onto the grated white mound. I stir the mixture up, pour it all over my rice, and take a bite. The stickiness of the grated yam combined with the intense flavor of the soy sauce.
うわ、まずこれソースだぞ、ソース。しかもオイスター。
Fujini tosses her newspaper onto the table with an enthusiastic flick of her wrist.
どうだ、朝のうちにソースとお醤油のラベルを取り替えておく作戦なのだ。
The not so mysterious spy punches the air in victory.
朝っぱらから何考えて
Imagine getting poisoned with
25のくせ
food.
にいつまで経っても藤根は藤根だな。
ふふんだ、昨日の恨み思い知ったか。みんなと一緒になってお姉ちゃんをいじめるやつには当然の天罰ってところかしら。
天罰ってのは人為的なもんじゃないだろう。なんかおとなしいと思ったら昨日からこんなこと考えてやがったのか、この暇人。
I like Fujini.
そうだよ、おかげでこれから急いでテストの採点しなくちゃいけないんだから。そういうわけで急がないとやばいのだ。
Fujini sits back down and shuffles her breakfast into her mouth.
はい、ごちそうさま。朝ごはん今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。
はい、お粗末様でした先生。
それじゃあ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
And off she goes, stomping out in a rush. There's something terribly wrong with the world that allows someone like her to be a teacher.
先輩。
すまない。せっかくの朝食だっていうのに藤根のやつろくに味わいもしないで。
いえ、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？食べ物に細工するなんて 藤村先生にしてはやりすぎですから。
Hold on, let me look at the settings real quick. I want to see if the text can auto-advance when they're done talking. That way I don't have to do it manually. I want to see if that's actually a thing here. Maybe not. Let me see. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
Hmm? いや、それがさ、昨日ついあだ名で呼んじまった。
それじゃあ仕方ありませんね。先輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
めんぼくない。いつものことなんて忘れてた。
ダメですよ。藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。また泣かせちゃったんでしょう。
I think it's a cute nickname, though.
泣かした上にダットのごとく走り去らせた。おかげで昨日の英語は自習だった。
In fact, everyone in class worked together to make an award for me from their notebook paper because of that. I threw it away, obviously.
もう、それじゃあ、今朝のは先輩が悪いです。
Fujini is like an older sister to Sakura, so she's typically on Fujini's side. Which is fine on its own, but I wish she would consider the fact that I had to deal with Fujini all day long. Fujini was originally an acquaintance of my old man, and she swung by the house pretty frequently since I was adopted. She kept on coming over even after my old man died, and now she acts like a freeloader, eating breakfast and dinner every day. Actually, it might have been thanks to Fujini that I was able to make it on my own after my old man died. And now, it's me, Fujini, and Sakura who are the residents of this Emiya house. But at the same time, I'm the only one who knows that my old man was a mage. They say mages have to keep that part of life secret. Which is why I have also been hiding from others that I'm learning magecraft after I become my old man's apprentice. Yes, she is. Learning may be a bit of a stretch, really, since I can barely use magecraft properly. So it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hide magecraft or not, but since it was my old man's dying wish, I've been training in secret. Well, that's the meme, Ace. I finished breakfast and get ready for school. I put away the dishes with Sakura as I listened to the news on the TV in the background. Sakura is looking blankly at the TV. A flashy caption reading, "Gas leaks continue," pops up on the screen. There seems to have been a big accident in the neighboring city of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. Apparently, everyone on one of its floors lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Authorities have been calling it an accident resulting from gas leaks, but for some reason these incidents have been happening often.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
いえ、別に。ただ、事故がシントで起きているなら近いなって。先輩、シントの方でアルバイトしていますよね。
Don't worry, I'm the main character. I can't die.
してるけど、別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。今のニュースみたいな事故は起きないと思う。
But I can't entirely ignore the idea either. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and it especially pains me to think that hundreds of people have fallen victim. Some say these accidents are happening because of faulty construction work during the rapid development projects like in Shinto. Either way, I hope there won't be any more victims.
物騒な話だ。俺たちも気をつけないと。
あ、それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
Sakura proudly proclaims.
いや、そういう話でなくて。
Yep, I've always known Sakura is a little off too.
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
したよ。缶抜きかけたけど問題あるか？
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。
少し遅くなると思う。
Oh, whoops.
さくらは？
私はいつも通りです。多分私の方が早いと思いますから、夕食の下準備は済ませておきますね。
うん、助かる。俺もできるだけ早く帰るよ。
The gate is locked tight. Sakura and Fujini both have keys to the house, and the rule is that whoever leaves at last is in charge of locking everything up.
行こうか。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
はい、それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
Honestly, I would hate to live in that house. That's so much upkeep. Sakura and I walk into town. We walk downhill along a long wall to reach a more populated residential area. The Imiya house is located on top of a hill, away from the center of town. Heading down the hill leads us to the residential area. Going further down, we reach the intersection at the center of town. Several roads lead out from the center of town. There's a large bridge that connects to the neighboring town. A hill that leads to a Readthrough temple. A residential area located opposite my house. A shopping district that both Sakura and I often go to. And finally, there's a path that leads to our school. We head straight to school without taking any detours. It's barely 7 o'clock, so there's hardly anyone around. Students making their way to their morning club activities are the only ones to be found along our route.
それじゃあまたな。部活頑張れよ。
I'm not sure, actually. I didn't look into that. I'm sure someone in chat can confirm or deny. I see Sakura off at the school gate as usual. Sakura is in the Kyoto Club, so this is where we usually split off. And yet, Sakura doesn't budge this morning.
さくら、体の調子悪いのか？
そういうことじゃなくて、先輩、たまには道場の方に寄っていきませんか？
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。それに今日は一斉に頼まれてるから生徒会室に行かないとまずい。
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。余計なことを言っちゃって。
Sakura quickly bows her head.
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにしていてくださいね。
You know what? Honestly, I would think that people like Sakura wouldn't exist, just because of how freakishly quiet they are. Like it sounds like that she whispers all the time. So I think that, you know, that's an anime thing. But I actually met someone like that recently, who speaks very quietly. Like she's just built that way. So ever since seeing that, I was like, huh. I wonder how the upbringing was. Sakura runs towards the dojo, seeming almost apologetic. What was that? I wonder what that was all about.
一星いるか？
いるぞ。今朝は少し遅かったな、エミヤ。
Issei glances up from his desk, looking like he's been studying for some papers.
一星だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろ
いや、あいにくとうちのメンバーはビジネスライクでね。働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。
Well, I'll say native Asians are a bit more quiet too. Yeah. Again, I haven't really seen a lot of natives.
う。それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。ここはここで大変そうだな。
I've met like the number of native Asians I've seen or met is like all in one hand, honestly.
何？好きでしている苦労だ。エミヤに同情してもらうのは筋が違う。
いや、一星に同情なんてしてないぞ。
それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が移っているということでは同じだからな。
I'm a Vietnamese. Don't worry, I know you're not being racist. Issei, who is gathering his papers in a single sheaf and tapping the edge against the table to square them neatly, is the big boss of the student council. He's been working to reform the student council, which has grown quite lax, and he's been a friend of mine since our first year in school. His full name is Issei Ryodo. Despite his old-fashioned sounding name, he has elegant facial features, and he is popular with the girls. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he would have the leg up over everyone else, but that's not exactly the case.
やはり朝は舌がしびれるほどの熱湯が良い。
Is saying stuff like that I know Dylan is saying stuff like that as he sips tea that prevents him from quite sticking the landing. As evidence, Issei is quite plain. He's prone to be misunderstood, yet he's neither dabbles in relationship nor he does what typical students do for fun. He's the heir of Ryodo Temple, which sits atop a mountain. He himself understands that he will inherit the temple, and there's a strong possibility that he'll shave his head without so much as a complaint as soon as he graduates from school.
それで、今日は何をするんだ？
ああ、まあともかく座って一服と言いたいのだが、時間
I cannot imagine Issei is bald right now.
説明をするゆえ、いつもの道具を持ってついてきてくれ。
I think he look wild if he goes bald.
率直に言うとな、うちの学校、金のバランスが極端なんだよ。
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで、他に予算がいかないんだろ？
結果、文化系の部員は絶えず不遇の扱いでな。
Everyone bald? No, not really.
今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明でうまく回っていない。
As far as I know, my family doesn't go bald.
特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。
そうか。マイナスドライバーくれ。一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。これぐらいならなんと。
動線？これか。すまん。よくわからん。間違っていたら叱ってくれ。
当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？
The funny part is I don't think I've legit seen a bald Asian. I mean, of course, Asians can go bald, but I did never seen one before. They usually just go gray, you know?
第二昇格室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
They're called monks. Well, they shave their heads. I mean, like agents that actually go bald. You know what I mean?
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がイかれてなくて助かった。
治りそうか、エミヤ。
治るよ。こういう時古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから新しいのに変えればとりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。
そうか、やるなエミヤ。お前が頼りになると極めて嬉しいぞ。
And actually, I never seen a black person go bald either. Not really think about it.
おかしな日本語使うね、伊勢。もう少しで済むからちょっと外に出ててくれ。
エミヤの邪魔はせん。
Issei quietly steps out of the classroom. He might be thinking that I'm going to start on some sensitive
い
work.
や、デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
I put my hand to the old electric stove. No matter how long someone's been fixing things, they can't usually figure out what's wrong by sight. So the fact that I can means that what I'm doing is not ordinary. I close my eyes and look into the stove by touch. Y'all bald by default. And then suddenly, a single image pops into my head.
電熱線が断線しかかってるのが2つと、電熱管はまだ持つな。電源コードの方は絶縁テープでなんとかなる。
I think The Rock is legit bald. Good, I should be able to fix it with just my tools I brought along. If the electrical pipes were broken, it wouldn't be fixable by an amateur. Had that been the case, a certain strengthening would have to be done, which no amateur could manage, but I should be able to fix this one by sight. This is the mazecraft Kurisugo taught me. I would love this too in real life. This is so useful.
よし、始めるか。
I take off the cover to begin my repairs. I already know where it's broken, so the rest of the work is easy.
これだけは得意なんだけどな、俺。
This is the one thing I'm good at. And yet, it's super duper ultra useful. He can make fucking bank with this. That's right, I, Shiro Emiya, have absolutely no talent in magecraft. But for some reason, I have a knack for visualizing the structure of things or blueprints, like I did just now. My old man once saw me imagine and recreate a blueprint. He looked surprised and muttered, "What a useless talent." My special talent appears to be pointless. According to my old man, the fact that I can visualize object structures isn't really helpful. A mage normally wouldn't need to survey the object's entire structure like I do. He claims that mages struggle to instantly seek an object's center, or its core, and transform it as quickly as possible. That's why reading blueprints is a waste of time, and even that only helps seek out areas of magical energy to pass through. And so, fixing broken stuff is one of the only things I'm good at. After all, I don't have to open the entire thing up to find the problem. If I can find the problem quickly, I can fix most things as long as I have the know-how to repair it. They'll only do that with things an amateur could reasonably have be expected to
よ
fix.
し、終わり。次に行くか。
I put away the conductors, pick up the screwdriver and wrench, and head out to the hallway.
伊勢、修理終わったぞ。
Oh, hey. A female student is standing next to Issei in the hallway. I'm a little surprised. That girl talking to Issei is Rin Tosaka, a second year from Class A. She lives in a giant Western-style mansion up on a big hill, and she's an extraordinary honor student. She's pretty, smart, athletic, no flaws at all. She's intelligent and polite, and she never brags about her looks. She's truly the ideal girl to guys, apparently. Which is why the male students treat her like an idol. But Tosaka is just too good, and she's become unattainable. Oh, hi, Wawa. The guys all say that the only people who can talk to Tosaka are Issei and the teachers. Well, okay, I'm also a guy, and I'm including myself in the list of her admirers. Tosaka's looking at us annoyed. I guess rumors are true that Issei and Tosaka don't get along.
悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
Well, Macchiato's pretty extreme with her, the tsundere-ness. Like, even for the realm of tsundere, she's actually pretty extreme. Especially earlier on in Girls Line 1. Whoa. Issei's pretty gutsy, talking to me and completely ignoring Tosaka like that.
そんなこと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ、次は昇格室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
そうか。なら試そう。
There's only about 30 minutes until homeroom starts. I either hurry and fix it or I'll run out of time. I head to the audiovisual room, but I realized completely ignoring Tosaka would be rude. I turn to face her since she's been standing there for the whole time.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
I blurted the first thing that came to mind and followed Issei. He's like, hi, bye.
ギリギリ間に合ったか。すまんなエミヤ。また苦労をかけた。頼み事をした上に遅刻させては友人失格だ。
別に気にするな。俺が遅刻する分には大したことじゃないだろ。ま、一星が遅刻するのは問題だけど。
You know, why isn't there an Issei route? Like the bro route, you know? Can there be a bro route?
もっともだ。いや、間に合ってよかった。
Issei exhales a sigh of relief and heads to his desk. It's exactly 8 o'clock. 5 minutes after the bell for homeroom rings, Fujini will enter the classroom. My breathing is labored since I ran from the audiovisual room. I take a deep breath before I take my seat.
朝から騒がしいね、エミヤ。
I'll answer
部
out.
活を辞めてから何をしてるかと
Ah,
思え
this
ば
dickbag.
竜道の太鼓持ち僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君、なんていうか、節操ないからさ。
Ah. Standing in front of my desk is Shinji Mato. He's been a friend of mine since middle school. His last name is Mato, and he's Sakura's older brother. He's 1 year older than her.
よ、弓道部は落ち着いてるか、シンジ。
当然だろ。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
そうか。三つも頑張ってるんだな。
はあ？何見当違いなこと言ってんの？弓道部が記録を伸ばしてるのは僕がいるからに決まってるじゃんか。
Oh, I'm a dick.
とっくに部外者なんだから、知ったような口を立てると恥をかくよ。
He is. We call that a visceral reaction.
そうか。気をつけよう。もっとも 弓道部に用はないから。
Yeah, people in here were saying, hey, the closest to William is Kopamine. No, it's William and Shiro. Not Shiro. Holy fuck.
何それ。僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
興味じゃなくて用だよ。部外者なんだからおいそれと道場に行くの変だろう。けど何かあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、シンジは苦手だったろ？
そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。ま、そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
Oh, Kopamine is not redeemable.
ああ、それがいい。
But he's
雑用
cool.
を残しているようなやつは出生失格だからな。
Like, you just get him, you know?
あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。あの人、怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから、道場に近づくなよ。
And just like that, Shinji heads off to his seat. All self-important bluster, as ever. Huh. He does seem moodier than usual, though.
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいて、よくもあんな口が聞ける。
なんだ伊勢、いたのか。
I understand why Kopamine was being thing. Okay, that's what you meant. Yeah.
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
Also, I agree. Shinji's a shit stain.
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。
Look, here's how much of a shitbag Shinji says with this line. You have a short fuse. Now, granted, if you punched Shinji, that would have gotten you some applause. But it probably wouldn't make the girls happy. That's how much of a shit stain he is.
そっか。うん。言われてみればそうだ。ありがとう、伊勢。そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。
うん。分かればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに、マトウには寛大なんだな。
I'm baffled on how popular he is in the universe. I'm not surprised at all. For one, it's high school. Well, high school. But two, no one actually knows Shinji. He's just a pretty boy. That's all most people need. Also, I should say he's a confident pretty boy. That's another thing too.
ああ、あれは真珠の味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
うん。そんなものか。
そんなものです。ほら、納得したら席に戻れよ。そろそろ藤村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
Has an air of confidence, yeah. The bell to start homeroom rings. Normally, the homeroom teacher comes into the classroom 5 minutes before homeroom starts, but our teacher isn't what you call typical. Homeroom from Class 2C typically starts 1 minute after the starting bell. In other words... Homeroom starts with the sounds of Fujini's shouts and hurried footsteps.
おーし間に合ったー。みんなおはうわ。
Fujini tumbles, and I hear some kind of unnatural sound. Contrary to had this sound a few seconds earlier, the classroom is now dead silent. The mood shifts sharply. It's no wonder Fujini is called a human roller coaster. But honestly, the way she fell didn't seem like a laughing matter. Fujini hit her head against the podium, and she's still lying on the floor. Seeing her lying there, face down and unmoving, has everyone imagining the worst. Hey Dixon, how's it going? Huh, camping went well? That's good. I can't wait for my D&D to start.
やだよ。近づいた途端パクって食べられたら怖いもん。
ミミックじゃあるまいし、さすがに藤村
Hey Intrinsic, how's it going?
やらねえだろ。
あんたね、そういうな
Oh, he called me her.
してあげなさいよ。
Yeah, I just saw 4 asterisks next to my name, and I was like, did you just call me like Hero Dick or whatever? I'm not sure.
俺パス、こういうの苦手。
Yeah, I do.
私だって苦手よ。大体なんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね。
Oh.
男子。
I'm trying to find time to get that going, you know. It's so hard. Since I started work and stuff, it's actually very difficult for me to have decent enough time to actually get that going and get all the rules done. The students in the front rows start to get rowdy. Those of us sitting in the middle rows can't see what's going on, so we all stand up to get a look.
ちょっと先生動いてないぞ。気絶してんじゃないのか？
Someone brings up the obvious, but the problem is, how would we get Fujini into the infirmary? We're all like comrades in arms after our time dealing with Fujini. Probably nobody's thrilled at the idea of taking a teacher to the infirmary.
藤村先生、大丈夫ですか？
Why is there a death count on the screen? You'll see. A brave girl approaches. Fujini isn't moving. The class grows more concerned.
まずいって今の転び方。こう頭から直角に教壇に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。
はあ、いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。
やめろよな、そういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園に行っちまうぞ。
藤村先生、藤村先生、ダメ。なんか反応ないよ。
This is very, I would say, silly of me, but I do wish that they kept the honorifics instead of translating it to how we would say it in English, just so it flows better with the text. But yeah.
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。やだよ俺。もし死んでたら殺されかねねえ。
でもだからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
でも誰も近づきたくないと。
仕方ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
あれだね。
Everyone's on the same page, except Shinji and I. We keep quiet because the two of us dare not be part of what's about to happen. It comes out as a whisper, even with so many students speaking in unison. The word tiger is especially inaudible. And yet, twitch. Fujini's previously motionless body reacts.
動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。よし続けろ。学校ロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone must be on edge since midterm tests are approaching. It's a terrible idea on their part, but some students just start to wave their arms and chant Fujini's nickname.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
先生、起きないとタイガーです。
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガ
よーし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
タイガー、タイガー、タイガー、タイガー。ガー。タイガーって言うな。
Like a sudden bolt of lightning striking. Fujini stands violently, as if the fall hardly scratched her.
あれ？みんな何してるの？ダメよ、ホームルーム
務中に席を立っちゃう。ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
Fujini, back to her normal self, stands at the podium. It appears she recalled nothing between the time she jumped into the classroom and the time she woke up.
おい、タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。ラッキー、朝からついてるな俺たち。いや、ついてるっていうのかな、こういうの。
The students shuffle back to their desk.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Fujini casually starts homeroom. She always goes on digressions between announcements, so it goes slowly.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
Hey, Jay.
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤くん、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
If you call me Taiga, I'll fucking kill you. She should have said that.
はーい、以後注意します。
Goto sits back down. He has no face, so it's fine. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful. Too easy. When Fujini says she gets mad, she gets mad. Doesn't matter if it's with a teacher or a student. And that is as close to as serious warning as she's ever going to give. But Goto doesn't realize it. Wait, is she smarter than Leva? I don't think so.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Though, to be honest, I didn't check. So that was Taiga Fujimura, the teacher of Room 2C. Her nickname, Taiga. That might seem like a joke, but it isn't. She got the nickname because it sounds like her name, Taiga, but Fujini hates it. According to her, it doesn't sound feminine. But she got the nickname because of how she acts, so she kinda had it coming.
授業を始める。
I love this guy. I love this guy so much. I actually really love this guy. You'll see why for the people who don't know. Don't spoil anything. I'm just saying, I love this guy. As Fujini exits the room, the first period teacher enters. Because Fujini takes up almost all the homeroom time, mornings are always like this for our class. And so, another day of classes end. There are many types of students. Some immerse themselves in the club activities, some hurry home, and some hang out in the classroom after class for no particular reason. I don't really fit in any of those categories.
すまない。
It is safe, yes. This is on Steam.
今朝の続きなんだが、
This is Steam version.
今日は時間あるか？
いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
Yeah, I'll unlist it when it goes down, Ace. It's not as if I don't do anything at all. The biggest reason I quit the Kyoto Club in the first place was that I wanted to prioritize my part-time job. It's been 5 years since I started part-time jobs to earn money for living expenses on my own after my old man died. And when you do so many different jobs, there are some requests you just can't say no to. Today is one of them. I was asked to help restock some product for a bar, since they wanted as many strong helping hands as they could get. Though I'm sure I don't have to go to help, the bar is likely asking everyone as an excuse to gather some folks and hang out afterwards. There are two options. I should... Right, take care, Ferda. Alright, make your choice, people. Part-time? Part-time, gotta get paid. Job? Okay. I feel bad for Issei, but I should probably prioritize my part-time job. Maybe Fujini got isekai into the Ghost from Line World? Then who would she be in that case? I never promised I would go, but since I said I'd try, I should probably keep my word.
悪い、伊勢。先約があるんで、今朝の続きはまたにしてくれないか。
先約？ああ、例のアルバイトか。そうか、それは困らせたな。こちらは今日明日で進退が決まるものでもない。
Oh, you think the IDW? Helena? Oh wow, that'd be an upgrade.
すまん。明日の朝一で続きをするから、それでチャラにしてくれ。
ん？そこまで深刻な話でもないと言っただろう。急を要していたものは今朝で片付いた。残った修理品はエミヤの手が空いた時で構わんさ。
そっか。じゃあ、バイトの休みが取れたら続きをするってことでいいかな。
I think IDW would be a good choice to get isekai'd into, though.
一切ない。その時はまた頼りにするぞ、エミヤ。
Issei bids me a stiff farewell and leaves the classroom.
さて。
And why is it Ryder? Ryder is hot as fuck, but my favorite servant is Artoria. That should have been obvious. I shouldn't dawdle. I may not have been given a specific time, but now that I've decided to go to my part-time job, I need to hurry over to the neighboring town. Poor
ほんの手伝いのつもりだったのに3万円ももらってしまった。
It's like an unexpected windfall or a stroke of good luck. Copenhagen, where I work today, is like a bar and a supermarket that sells liquor and all in one. And it takes a lot of people to restock inventory for this place. It's a job that needs at least 5 people, but the more people you have after that makes everyone's lives easier. Yeah, the boss is always like, you mentioned so casually to the part-time workers and seemed to think it was enough. But I'm the only one who showed up. The only people there for inventory were me, the boss, and Neko, his daughter. All hell broke loose.
バカだねあんた。そりゃ誰も来るわけないじゃん。
Neko was scolding the boss, yet I was the only fool who came, ready to be sacrificed. The two of them unenthusiastically applauded when I showed up, and then we all decided to organize the storage room as much as possible. She can turn me to stone any day. And then, we somehow finished the inventory in 2 hours.
驚いたな。シロ君はあれかな。ブラウニーか何かかな。
The boss remarks as he eats a brown cake and surveys the afternoon's work.
違います。力仕事には慣れてるし、ここのバイトも長いし。
Look, Writers is a very good
何がある
choice.
かぐらいは把握してるからです。伊達にガキの頃からここで働かせてもらってません。
Artoria Lancer, she can write me.
あ、そっか。あれ、シロ君ってもう5年だっけ？
そのぐらいですね。親父が亡くなってからすぐに雇ってくれたの親父さんのとこだけだったし。
ありゃりゃ、まあ、僕も年を取るわけだ。
The boss stuffs his mouth with rum cake. Next to him, Neko's nursing a bottle of warm sake. The owner has a sweet tooth, while the daughter is the drinker in the family. They sure balance each other out well. And
けど助かったわ。こんだけやってもらって、おだちんがケーキだけっていうのもあれだし。はい、これ僕からの気持ち。
he waves 3 10,000 yen bills at me. It's more than I get for a week's worth of labor, not 3 hours.
どうも。
I hesitate, but I take whatever I can get. This I'm about to leave Copenhagen.
ちょい待ち。エミヤ、 今日の話誰から聞いた？
Neko's tossing while she is curled up in front of a heater, resting.
確か古見さんですけど。
学生に自分の仕事を押し付けるんじゃないってのよ、あのバカ。まあそれはいいとして。何？じゃあ今日の棚卸しまた聞きだったのに来たの？
Alexander is very fun. I agree.
まあ暇だったら手伝ってくれっ
Hey,
て。
that's just a name. It's not a natural cat girl.
古見もバカだけどエミヤンもおバカさ。まあいいけど君さ
No 18
人の
voiceovers.
頼みを
Yeah,
断ったこと
that's
ない
not
でしょ。
happening.
前に私と父が風邪で寝込んだ時も店番してくれたし。
別にそんなことはないですけど、俺無理な注文は受けませんもん。自分でできることでできる場合だけ引き受けますから。
Besides, the H scenes are more funny than hot, to be honest. Especially with how they're described.
あん時君も風邪ひいてたんだけどね。
Like, if you laugh at the phrase boiled meat, then you know what I mean.
まあいいけど私が何を言いたいかっていうとですね、エミヤンはいいやつでちょっとバカで、そのあたり私は
This is a Christian gaming channel, sir.
今度藤村にちょっとは顔出すだ
Oh,
ろう
true.
と伝えておいてほしいのです。
The Reddit one was hot and wait. Well, that's in Apocrypha. Or, not Apocrypha, but Autoroxia. That one's different. Neko makes circles with her fingers in the air as she downs her sake. She seems to think I'm a dragonfly or something.
はあ、とにかく藤姉に伝言。
Oh, I'm sorry. There is one with Ryder in this game, but it's different. it's a little inappropriate, I guess you can say.
そうじゃあね、あんまし頑張りすぎんなよ少年。
いつの間にか橋越えてら。
I managed to walk back from the neighboring Shinto to Miyama without realizing. I walked through the still darkened town. Christians are wild, though. True, actually. Because they hide their power level for a really long time. It's about 7:30. There should still be people out and about this hour, but there's no signs of anyone around.
そういえば確か。
There's a crime committed in Miyama the other day. A burglar murdered someone, I think. It must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. It's probably not safe to let Sakura go home or on her own anymore. Fujini might be fine, but Sakura's house is still in the residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home, starting to not... I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sense a presence on the uphill path. I'm sure it was empty. Wherever it is, they're standing still and must be peering down at me. I unconsciously hold my breath. A girl with silvery hair smiles and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by,
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。
what she says makes no sense. Anyway. I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujini are home. The moment I step into the living room, I smell a delicious aroma of dinner. Sakura and Fujini are both eating the table. Sakura and Fujini are both eating at the table. Tonight's meal is chicken stewed and cream sauce, and it's put Fujini in an especially good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩。お先に失礼していますね。
Viper.
ただいま。遅くなってごめんな。もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。ちゃんと間に合いましたから。ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように藤姉を見張っといてくれ。
はい、きちんと見張っています。
I go to my room. It's a sparse room compared to the storehouse, but it's still decorated enough. Still decorated enough. No, it's not. Considering I don't have any particular hobbies. Though most of them are random things Fujini just left here. After I wash my hands and change, I head back to see my food on the table.
いただきます。
はい、お口に合えばいいんですけど。
Sakura is humble as ever. Sakura's cooking skills have vastly improved over the past year. My cooking is no match for her Western foods. My Japanese dishes might be a little better. Neither of us is any good at making Chinese dishes. I'm glad to know that she's improving, but it's also a little depressing when the pupil surpasses her master. It's really delicious. The longer you cook chicken, the tougher the meat gets, which is why you need to take the extra step of grilling the chicken to a crisp to seal its juices and flavor. This requires exceptional skill and is something the clumsy Fujini would never be able to manage.
どうでしょうか先輩。今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it?
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
Look at that big ass smile.
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
Shut up, Fujini. I'm trying to riz here. Fujini, who's been concentrating on her meal until now, pipes up.
あ、ダメよシロ。学生がこんな夜更けに帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
Yeah. She looked to be in good spirits thanks to Sakura's meal, but the moment she sees my face, her mood turns sour.
もうまた誰かの手伝い
Riz Fujini too.
それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってき
Now
なさい。
Shiro and Fujimara are basically they're basically siblings.
あれ、シロに倒して言ったんだからね。
あのさ、わざわざホームルームで言わなくてもうちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。学校でガツンと言った方がシロには効果的なんだもん。
I think if Hiro pulls up the info cards, I'm not sure that's it's in this game or not. I want to say it is, but this is my first time playing the Steam version.
先生、それは職権乱用というか、公私混同だと思います。
Being sweet does stop Japan, though. I think it does actually.
それぐらいしないとシロはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ、バカチンとは。いいじゃないか。誰かの手伝いをしてそれでその人が助かるんなら損なんかしてないぞ。
はあ、キリツグさんに似たのかな。シロがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
Yosuga no Sora. See, that's not a that's not a good example.
藤村先生、今の話からすると 先輩って昔からそうなんですか？昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら
Yosuga knows Sora
自
played
分
through
から
when?
手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどお先
Probably
輩
never.
ってわけじゃなくて、シロはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Fushini grins menacingly.
藤ね、余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな。
I glare at the two. Fushini clicks her tongue in disapproval,
藤森
but
先生、お話を続けてください。
Sakura presses on like an attentive student.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シロは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱きを助け強きをくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、僕の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
Might as well do school days. I actually like school days, I'm not gonna lie. It's not appropriate to stream, but I do like school days. It's just funny. Quit bringing up the past, Fujini. I can't really jump in though, because it's true. Besides, becoming a hero of justice is still my goal.
わあ、すごい言葉だったんですね、先輩。
Her big ol' eyes. Those big ol' beady eyes. I think that may be her horny eyes.
すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、桐次さんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。
Don't you want to NTR the other way?
ああ、あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それがどうして
As a man, that is literally the worst thing you should ever do.
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。
Get rid of Yandere and then NTR
自
her.
分で飯作ってみろ。
And then it turns out you have two Yanderes. You have a Yandere girlfriend and then you cheat on her with another Yandere. Fuchine is shocked. I thought she would just lower her head and repent, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
she holds out her rice bowl, asking for a third helping of dinner. We relax after dinner, and it's almost 9 o'clock.
さて、何をしたもんか。
There's still some time before my evening training. I guess I'll go for it, peeps. Oh yes, I can level up here. 1, Fujini. Dylan says Fujini, Nixon says 1, A says 1. Maybe y'all can talk it out. Keep in mind, I think Dylan is like, maybe Dylan and both Nixon are the only ones who haven't seen this one yet, or played FSN. Hero needs to be a gentleman, which is why 1. Intrinsic plays, yeah. Which one is risible? You can't riz Fujini. I'll say that up front. They're siblings, kind of. They have a sibling relationship. One then? Okay. That makes it unanimous. I haven't thanked Sakura for cooking dinner yet, so I should talk to Sakura.
そうだな。夜も遅いし、家まで送って行ってやらないと。
Sakura guy. Sakura just finished cleaning up, and she's in the living room getting ready to go home.
あれ先輩お風呂に入ってたんじゃないんですか？
Right, that's right.
いや、風呂は後回し。さくらを送ってから入る。
送るって私をですか？
なあ、最近物騒だから家まで送る。さくらんち結構遠いだろ。わざわざ来てもらってるんだから、それぐらいはさせてくれ。
Sakura Bakushin. Sakura purses her lips awkwardly. Did I say something wrong?
ごめんなさい。気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、先輩は休んでいてください。家までだったら慣れてますし、一人でも大丈夫ですから。
いや、それはそうだろうけど、最近物騒だろ。しばらくは家まで送っていくよ。
その兄さんに見つかると先輩にまで迷惑がかかります。
I forgot. Sakura's oldest brother, Shinji, doesn't really like Sakura coming over to my place. He can't say much because Sakura says she goes to Fujini's house, but me taking her home might cause problems. I don't care if Shinji accuses me of something I didn't actually do, but I don't want him taking it out on Sakura.
けど、途中までならいいだろ。交差点あたりまでなら、シンジと会うこともないし。
Sakura is uncomfortably silent. MTR Shinji like we did with William. Knowing Sakura, she probably couldn't even lie about the fact that I walked her home.
それじゃあ、
私が送っていこっか。
An English teacher wearing tiger stripes suddenly pokes her head through the door.
ダメだよ。そんなの本末転倒じゃないか。女の子が夜出歩くから危ないっていうのに、さらに女の子を増やして。
Wait a minute. Calling Fujini a girl may be a bit of a misnomer. There's a reason Fujini is a teacher in charge of the Kyoto Club. She was trained by old man Fujimura in Kendo, and her 5th rank designation makes her deadly, literally and figuratively.
藤根なら大丈夫か。痴漢が出ても撃退できるだろうし。
できるよ。だからさくらちゃんを送っていくのも問題なし。それでいい？さくらちゃん。
はい、藤村先生がよろしいのでしたら。
決まりだね。それじゃあ行こっか。私も今日はそろそろ帰ろうかなって思ってたんだ。
Speaking of Sakura, I was honestly surprised in them showing this stuff in the Heaven's Heels movies. I watched the movies. I don't remember there being any scenes.
ちょっと待った、さくら。
何ですか、先輩。
晩飯うまかったよ。いつもありがとな。
はい、ご迷惑でなかったら次も頑張りますね、先輩。
Hold on, I gotta take this. Okay, I'm back. That was just my parents. I would usually ignore them on stream while I'm streaming, but yeah, they like called me all day yesterday, and my mom was mad that I didn't answer her. Like, she's actually really upset. So I was like, yeah, I better answer them today, just so they can get off my back. We thought you was rising. Nope, not this time. Not this time. They stream Snipey. Yeah, so apologies for that, but yeah, I was seeing chat the entire time. You saying that I was talking to William and shit. What the fuck? I tried to make it as quick as possible, but considering that I was in some shit with my parents because I didn't ask them yesterday, I was like, I better not try to brush them off. Did they watch the stream? They don't. They know I stream, but they don't know like my my channel or anything like that. But man, I wish I talked to William. No, that'd be an interesting one. What Commander did to Kukai? That'd be hilarious. Okay, let me continue. I actually don't think they know that I like tits. Just saying. Sakura beams in and leaves the living room. I can tell my cheeks are burning red. Honestly, Sakura takes me by surprise a lot lately. It's perplexing. Have you played the FN the Fruit of Greasy? No, I have not. Time sure flies. Not so long ago, she was just my friend's little sister. Now I find sometimes I can't quite look away from her. I'm so pathetic. I've always thought of Sakura as being like family, but I can't seem to readily accept this change. They did ask about the girl I was talking to, though. So, like, half the conversation was about her. Like, they are locked in on learning more about that. It's like, so what happened with her? And that is how my day ends. Just before midnight, Shiro Emiya must perform the daily routine of utilizing Magecraft. I cross my legs, take my position, and regulate my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and turn my focus inward. They want a wingman? They would, if they could. I muttered the familiar incantation as if putting myself in a spell. No, this is a kind of hypnosis. With no magic crest and no magical knowledge, the incantation I mutter is really just a way to focus myself and change my body. Typically, humans do not have any lines which allow magical energy to pass through their body. To temporarily change my body to create a pseudo version of the lines, I need enough concentration to unify my entire physical and nervous systems. Magecraft is a battle with yourself. For example, I insert a burning steel rod into my backbone. The steel rod itself is the one and only magical circuit I can prepare for myself. By passing this deep within my body and connecting it with my other nerves, I can finally be a mage. This is not a metaphor. and if you look closely, a series of metal rods, which cannot normally be seen or touched, pierce my backbone.
僕は魔法使いなんだ。
Kuritsugu Imiya was a mage. He was a true mage who disciplined himself in a wide variety of mystics, plumbed the deeper secrets of the world and its workings, and even performed miracles. And as a young child, I admired Kuritsugu and begged him to teach me magecraft. But you can't just become a mage. You have to be born with talent and inherit a tremendous amount of knowledge. I obviously never had that inborn talent, and Kuritsugu never imparted any knowledge about magecraft to me. I was told it wasn't necessary for me. Something like that. I still don't understand what he meant by that, but it didn't matter to me as a child. I always thought learning magecraft would bring me that much closer to being like Kuritsugu. I was blessed neither with talent, that is, an abundance of magic circuits within me, nor the generations of magecraft knowledge handed down to me. The magecraft Kuritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down from the Imiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relative. A magic crest, which is proof one is a mage, rejects any not blood related. As an adopted son, I could not receive the Imiya family's crest. Then again, since I honestly don't have any idea what the hell a magic crest even is, it doesn't matter much whether I have one or not. It's just a matter of gaining the ability. If I want to be a mage, I just had to learn magecraft that suits the traits that I do have. Magecraft is, taken to its extreme, a skill supposedly meant to release magical energy. You could say that magical energy is a life force. Magical energy is separated into two sources, mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and OD, which is created within living creatures. Obviously, mana, which comes from the world itself, is superior to OD. The sheer power of the world's mana is simply not even comparable to the OD one human can create. No matter the form it takes, magecraft utilizing mana will always surpass anything created from an individual's OD. So a powerful mage is one who excels at drawing magical energy from the world. It's a lot like a filtration system. A mage will use their own body circuits to draw in mana from outside and convert it into something usable. Mages call the circuits they use to accomplish this magic circuits. This is the inborn talent part. The number of magic circuits one has is determined at the moment of birth. Typically, humans have hardly any magic circuits. They're normally quite rare. That's why mages will spend generations trying to ensure their descendants have a body more suitable for magic. Some families even go as far as to practice selective breeding in order to increase the number of magic circuits into their children. And since I was raised in a normal family, I never had a chance of having much in the way of magic circuits. That left me with only one option. According to Kuritsugu, everyone is well suited to one specific form of magecraft. He also said something about drawing out magical energy based on a person's origin, but I never quite understood that part. What I do understand is that even someone like me can use at least one form of magecraft. If I can do that, then maybe I can be like Kuritsugu. And that's why I've only learned this one magecraft. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kuritsugu took me on as his disciple, though he never seemed happy about it.
いいかいしろ。魔術を習うということは、常識からかけ離れるということだ。死ぬ時は死に、殺す時は殺す。僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。魔術とは自らを滅ぼす道に他ならない。
I guess I knew no fear as a child. Kuritsugu smiled bitterly, placing a hand atop my head as I nodded enthusiastically.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあそれは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、 魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすればシローは魔術使いではあるけど魔術師ではなくなるからね。
I guess Kurisugo didn't want me to be a mage. But I didn't care about that. I admire Kurisugo, not mages. As long as I can be the sort of person who lives to help others, like Kurisugo on that day of the fire and nightmare. Yeah, I finished the call. I got distracted. I feel the uncomfortable sensation of the iron rod in my backbone moving where it shouldn't. Losing control of my breathing now would be fatal. The pseudo-magic circuits would overwhelm my body and shred it to pieces. And that would be the end of me. Shiro Emiya would simply be a novice who died because he failed in an elementary step. I grit my teeth and try to recover my connection. After pain like walking through a storm of needles, the iron rod finally sinks deep within my body and fuses with me. I've been working on this for a little over an hour. And after all that time, I'm finally able to create one pseudo circuit, a circuit capable of creating magical energy using my own self. All that's left is to allow the magical energy to flow naturally. Shiro Emiya is no mage. He is just a user of magecraft who can only create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. And that's why I can only do one thing with his magecraft, which is enhancing objects. It's just strengthening magecraft, where I apprehend an object structure and channel magical energy to temporarily reinforce its abilities. I hold a broken iron pipe. I pass magical energy through it to execute the most basic magecraft, to enhance its durability. Passing magical energy into something other than yourself is like mixing poison. My blood is a far cry from the blood of an iron pipe. Forcing an entirely different sort of blood through an object may well destroy it rather than enhance it. To prevent that from happening, I need to properly understand an object's structure and pass magical energy into it between the small vacant spaces. This may be easy for a skilled mage, but since I have a hard time generating magical energy in the first place, even a task like this is as difficult as shooting an arrow and hitting a target several hundred meters from you. A typical archery target is 28 meters away. So it goes without saying how hard it would be to hit a target at least 10 times that distance. My body temperature suddenly plummets. The fiery pillar passes through my backbone, disappears, and my lungs seize in desperate need of oxygen. My back arches in an effort to keep me from passing out. The iron pipe is unchanged. The magical energy I passed into it appears to have dispersed. What I am attempting to do is like adding an extra brushwork to a completed work of art. Adding something extra to a completed object raises the risk of compromising the object's integrity. The paintbrush, hoping to improve, may actually devalue the work instead. Which is why, despite its simplicity, strengthening magecraft is so difficult, and not many mages willing to use it. And it's not that I chose this, but it's really all I can do. It would be much easier if I could make something from shapeless clay, but a substitute that just recreates its form is all show and no substance, which explains all the junk around. Whenever I fail at strengthening magecraft, I try to make substitute objects to practice and calm down on, but they all end up empty. I can visualize the structure of an object easily, and I can recreate something very similar, but it's hollow, and obviously it doesn't function at all. I wipe the sweat off my brow. I realize I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. If this is as bad as it got, I should consider myself lucky. What happened earlier was really bad. Had I taken even a second longer to recover, my internal organs would probably be mush by now.
死にかけた分上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな。
But nothing comes that easily. At the same time, fear of death will stand in the way of improving my magecraft. Learning magecraft means courting death at every turn. Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake, ending the caster's life.
魔術師にとって一番初めの覚悟とは死を容認することだ。
Ritsugu always looked sad whenever he brought that up. Maybe it was his way of saying that he didn't want me getting into any of this.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ。正義の味方っていうのはとんでもないエゴイストなんだか。
Ritsugu always said that whenever I mentioned wanting to be like him. I still don't know what he meant by that. All I'm certain of is that I want to save people, to be a hero of justice, like Kuritsugu Imiya.
その割にこんな処方がうまくいかないんだもんな。なんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだ。バカ。
It's not enough for me to just grasp at the object structure visually. A skilled mage would be able to focus only on the crucial areas and efficiently channel magical energy. My dream is to become a hero of justice. I remember what Fujini mentioned at dinner. I never really thought of that goal as embarrassing or impossible. That Shiro Imiya will succeed, Kuritsugu Imiya, has already been decided. That's why I've been doing everything I can despite how sorely I lack in experience. I don't know exactly what it means to be a hero of justice. But because I don't know, I train myself to the best of my abilities in hopes I'll be useful to somebody. I haven't taken my eye off that goal these past 5 years, but whenever things go wrong like this, I should start to have doubts.
点でわからないよ、親父。一体さ、何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ。
To be honest, Shiro's grit is very admirable. Dumb, but admirable. He's you know that the old saying, no pain, no gain, which is a very stupid saying, but it's a good mentality to have when you're going through like the worst part of progression, where it feels like that everything is against you. No pain, no gain is a good saying to get you through that. I look up at the sky through a window. It's not just about being good for someone out of the blue. Saving someone and being a hero of justice are two different things. I know that, but what do I have to do to differentiate them? I've yet to understand that crucial concept for the past 5 years. Yeah, French Red, that's what I mean. No pain, no gain, but Shiro definitely goes into an extreme. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, that was all day 1. Anyways, day 2 should be quicker. I awake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming, unless something big happens. I always have the same dream anyway. No pain, no waifu. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me, as well me as Shiro Emiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only thing on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there is a society of mages called a mage association. He also told me I shouldn't ever get involved with them. The Mage Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mage Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is that they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mage Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are especially in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least, that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mage Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mage Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in the privacy of their homes while the world is none the wiser. So, mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there is some prestigious mage with a storied history living there. They're called second owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit the second owners first to get permission to build their own workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So, in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association and have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling the association would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently the Mage Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mage Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with all that in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. which makes sense. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's just coming up. It's still dark out.
さすがに朝は辛いな。
Honestly, it's a very good explanation as to why he doesn't have any help. Basically, if he asks the wrong person, he'll die. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser, no matter how late I go to bed. I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare.
それじゃ、朝飯と。
I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so it would kind of be bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday, the soup had daikon, radish, and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. I made the egg omelet and used the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions into the sari fish, which will be fine, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Before Sakura what? Before she eats the table again.
よし、こんなんでいいか。
It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I had some time on my hands. So what should I do with this extra time?
そうだな。これだけ時間があれば一汗流せるか。
Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. You could eat a fish. The hushed atmosphere of an empty dojo encourages one to focus. And in the morning, just as the sun rises, its serenity makes the mood even more sacred, enthralling whoever visits the site.
さて。
There's only one thing I do here. Ever since my old man died, the dojo has turned into just a gym to train my body. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions of being a mage is maintaining yourself at your physical peak. Which is strange, right? But honestly, it makes a whole lot of sense for a mage to be actually athletic and not like some bookworm only thing. When Kurisuke was still alive, he and I sparred often. Well, more that he just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to win myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent, and how to conduct myself in each situation. Knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you've gotten yourself into a fight or a massacre. If you can PED yourself with magic, the price of being in shape isn't the worst time spent. Yeah, basically. That's basically what it is. And of course, the more athletic you are, the less magic you had to use to enhance yourself. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means that there is a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And to mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kurisuke wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminded me of that lesson is long gone. It's like being a modern gaming athlete. At first I thought, well, I need to train my body. Yeah. That was always a, it sounds so simple, but I guess to a gamer, it's like, yeah, why do I need to do that? Well, it turns out if you train your body, it trains your mind too. So at the very least, you can convince someone with that. But overall, just being physically in shape does help your gaming skills as well. You know, better hand-eye coordination, you know, all that jazz. So the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises.
じゃあま、本格的にやっておくか。
After I stretch to warm up, I focus on my inner strength and begin my exercises. As I train my body, I assess how my magic circuits affect my blood flow, my skeletal frame's creaking, the fatigue I feel, and how much that all distracts my thoughts.
120、150、170。
Even simple push-ups can train my magic circuits as long as I focus on my mental state, rather than putting physical weights on my body. With no proper mentor teaching me magecraft, morning training is no different than what most sports clubs do, and they have become very important for me.
おはようございます先輩。今朝はもう済んでしまいましたか？
Hello, waifu. I mean Sakura.
ねえ、朝食の支度なら済んでる。あとは食器の支度と魚に火を通すだけ。
それならお手伝いします。食器の支度は任せてください。
Well, saying he puts an iron rod in his backbone, it sounds painful no matter what. Sakura is clearly eager in her reply. And coming in behind the ever-dependable Sakura...
この匂いはシローの卵焼きね。そっか、今朝はシローの朝ごはんなんだ。
Fujini casually heads to the table.
まあ、あれは放っておいて。
I need to grill the prepared fish.
さくら、皿は真ん中のやつ使ってくれ。その方がうまく見えるから。
この表面がブツブツのですか？
そう、それ。焼き物は皿にも気を配らないと手抜かりになるからな。で、大根はもう吸ってあるから。
Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand.
さくら、ちょっと待った。
はい、何ですか先輩？
その手首のあざ、なんだ？
She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Her reaction makes how she got the bruise clear.
またシンジか。あいつ、妹に手をあげるなんて何考えてやがる。
違います先輩。これは転んでぶつけちゃったんです。ほら、私鈍いでしょ？だからよく転んで怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
バカ、転んだぐらいでそんなあざがつくか。信じたやつ、どうやらまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
ダメです先輩。これ本当に兄さんは関係ないんです。私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. It's no use saying anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
はい。ごめんなさい、先輩。
I guess the question here is that if you're in the same situation as Shiro right now, would you listen to Sakura and not do anything? Or would you go, fuck it, and then just go over to Shinji at school and go like, and just like have like a metal pipe, I guess? Obviously, you wouldn't bring a gun. You can't even have guns in Japan, but you know, you can have a pipe, I guess. Or a book. Smack him with your book.
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろ
Instead of the Peter Griffin Mina just went. Actually, that's a good way. Fuck it, I'm killing Willie. Magic. Only I have the right to hurt her feelings. If it took place in America, though, yeah, no, it's the gloves are off. From the moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. It can only mean he is the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Mato has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like shit. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then I see Sakura injured, and she always made excuses when I asked what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he's been the one who hit Sakura. I asked why, and he told me it was because she's done something that he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We hadn't been on great terms since then, obviously.
先輩、兄さんとは仲直りしてくれましたか？
したよ。別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから、仲直りも何もないけどな。
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
We accidentally get hit by an arrow. What Sakura says strikes me as odd.
気をつけろってシンジが？
はい、兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
Also, I will say this that will make you curious. CCC makes Shinji not a hateable character, which is a big feat. I think Ataraxia does the same thing. Makes Shinji kind of pitiful in that one. It's basically FSN that makes Shinji like a gigantic piece of shit. But in every other game, they make him a bit more likable.
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かに、シンジの言う通り、ちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
Also, I like how they do this a lot, but I like how FSN uses silence to make things to make the words being said a lot more a lot stronger, I guess the best way you put it. A lot more pronounced. A lot of games can learn how to use silence more. I point at my left shoulder. There's a little scar there. It happened about a year and a half ago. Something fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I also came away with a burn onto my shoulder. A lot more tense? Yeah, tense is the right word. After the accident, I quit the Kyoto Club. At our school's Kyoto Club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this expose their left shoulder. Chichi pointed out that it may be disrespectful for someone performing a sacred shot to expose a scar, and since I was getting busy with my various jobs, I decided to quit the club.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ、さくら。
Bench for it. Shaker shot with gun. It's high noon.
先輩、私真面目な話をしているんです。
I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately I can't give Sakura the answer she's been looking for.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。まあさくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その時はよろしくな、さくら。
I pat Sakura's shoulder.
私その時をお待ちしています。
Her smile is so good it shook the house. She nods so violently it looks like she might drop the plates. Hiro is a smooth talker. He talks like I guess you could say he talks like a hero. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fuji-ni have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Issei asked me to, but I leave the house at the usual time today. Like a main character? Yeah. I noticed something strange as I walked down the hill towards the intersection. Several police cars are parked in from the house. Something must have happened since a crowd has gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. I'm curious, but the mass of people prevents me from finding out what's happening. I don't have much time, so I should hurry to school. I make it to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time as usual.
おはよう、エミヤ。
I run into a familiar student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三辻。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
いや、ごもっとも。相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
Yes, yes, yes. I forgot the next line. I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartily, not caring about her surroundings. Mitsuzuri is underrated. I agree. This is Ayaka Mitsuzuri. She's been a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of Kyoto Club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it was expected that she would be the team's next captain since her first year with them. Mitsuzuri is a precarious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her and even leaned on her ever since she was a first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever someone mentions that in front of her, claiming she doesn't look as old as people think.
ああ、今あんた、よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもし。
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くするのは三辻の勝手だが。
お、言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
There's always Shinji this and Shinji that.
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ。それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の主将なの。うちの問題児と辞めちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
まあ確かに自然だ。弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
What, did he grope a girl or something?
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど、ま、それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Misuzuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is better to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんだよ。
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
He basically said he had a small dick. That's basically the equivalent of that.
はあ？お前そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか？
見過ごすか。けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ。
それはそうだが、にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろう。
呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
Listen to you, Shiro. You don't know shit. You've been out of the game for a while.
あれってなんだ？今お前よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか？
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いいよ、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
Daka.
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
遠坂ってあの遠坂か？
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。2年 A 組の優等生、ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛よ。
いや、そんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど。
But it fits. It's no surprise Shinji got rejected. And knowing Tosaka, she probably had some pretty harsh insults to go with that rejection.
ともかくシンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三綴大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
But he really actually asked Ren out again.
いや、いくら信じても振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつそのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけどうちの道場よく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
Shinji is the type of person who will whip his dick out and think that's a cool move. That's news to me. Rin Tosaka doesn't participate in any club activities because her family forbids it or something. She even turned down nominations to be a member of the student council, so always thought she went straight home after school.
ま、たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く止まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
From Persona 3. Misuzuri has a weird way at looking at this. Now that I think about it, they say that Rin Tosaka has a lot of enemies. I wonder if Mitsuzuri is one of them too.
おい三つ釣り、いくらなんでもそれは。
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあねエミヤ、今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mr. Hasty runs off.
相変わらずだなあいつ。
I never minded just how forthright she always is. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school has quite the cafeteria and most of the students eat lunch there. But there are some old-fashioned students who still bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president sitting in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
うん、いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろう。
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。
They're eating Mitsu's. Alright, I need to get food. I'm actually feeling quite famished at the moment, so I'll be back.
小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのな
I think I can do text advance.
などという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
Like auto text advance, I think. I hope so, anyways. Oh, it's probably in controls. Auto mode toggle. Okay. It's A. Okay. I should have done this when I was on the phone, to be honest. But yeah. I'll be back.
あのじいさんなら確かに。それはそれは。じゃあいつか恩返しを期待して一つ。
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。ああ、そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
交差点？
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく長物だというのが普通じゃない。
Okay, I'm here. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks into their house late at night, unreasonable violence, a horrible nightmare that the victim neither imagined nor wished for. Like a traffic accident. The parents are slaughtered. The older sister falls victim without knowing what's happening. A lone child, hidden in the shadows, is covered in the family's blood.
一世、それ犯人は捕まったのか？
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故、こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。 学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ、喉に飯でも詰まったか？
別に何もないけど、なんだよいきなり。
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな、少し驚いた。すまん、食事時の話ではなかったな。
Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this, and didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then a gentle knock on the student council door. Oh, sup, dude? What's up, my guy?
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
Mr. Kyusuke enters, and Issei steps over to him to have a quiet conversation. It must be a casual student council matter, since Issei looks relaxed. It's something I don't see every day. Issei's surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kyusuke.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Soichiro Kyusuke is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious and kind of weird. Some part of that is probably why he and Issei get on so well. The two of them continue to talk. As I watch them, I can't stop thinking about the murderer. Class is in, and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... The drugs. Maybe the morning's conversation bothered me more than I realized. The next thing I know, I'm at the Kyoto Club.
もう何やってんだ俺。
Misazuri and Prince Tosaka frequently visits. Well, that, I hadn't thought of that, but I think it's a problem if Shinji got violent against Tosaka.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't know exactly how, but it'd just be bad.
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Misazuri worries for nothing.
へえ、誰がいないって？だから、誰がいないって？
Issei, who I thought I parted ways with, is standing right next to me.
お前か一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で、誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
ほうほう、挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
なんだよ、別にいいだろ。俺が何しようが俺の勝手だ。
うん、それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここにはいない。なぜならあいつは今日ずる休みだ。
何
A class? So she's absent?
そうか、欠席か。待て一世、なんで遠坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろう。
するとも、あいつが風邪などひくものか。 俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ。外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
Somehow, what Issei's saying irritates me. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think she's a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ一世。遠坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
ん？なんだ、エミヤも遠坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。今のは流してくれ。
A secret crush? Like hell.
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただシンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから。
シンジが遠坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが。割と
I forgot he said this.
エミヤは。
So you got terrible taste.
してないから損じゃない。けど伊勢、お前今変なこと言わなかった？
ん？遠坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
そう。遠坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
気に食わないってどの辺がだよ。
だから全部だよ。あれは女狐だ、女性だ、妖怪だ。とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
いいっせ。人の陰口は良くないってお前の口癖じゃなかったか？
たわけ、これが陰口に入るか。俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
How do I sign? No wonder I sense people watching us. Well, that's relief. I'm really glad Tosaka's absent today.
頼む伊勢。悪いが早速陰口にしてくれ。
エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。
Why is NTR drawn so well? Honestly, I don't know.
していると言っただけだ。
It's a weird
個人の
phenomenon.
趣味嗜好の範囲だろう。
All of the best artists, they love drawing NTR.
その割には妖怪だとか女狐だとか言ってたけど。
I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term.
何？褒め言葉だ。女狐にも妖怪にもいいものはいる。あくまで遠坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
Issei laughs.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
I love Issei. Issei's a good bro. Issei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he feels satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. Well, you know the goal of NCR is to not imagine yourself as the one getting cheated on, but rather be the cheater. That's where the power fantasy is. I've known Issei for 2 years now, but honestly, I still don't get that guy. Issei should be visible. Been going great, Berta. Welcome back. I'm just got really hungry, so I'm trying to multitask now. My bad, I'm an ugly bastard. There are NTR shows that you're a hot guy. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
It's Raymond's stream now. There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty of in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid while training my body, so it's like killing two birds with one stone. Today I work from 5 to 8 for a simple loading job. It may just be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decided to rest at the park until it's time. Work, Rosa. This park is nestled between buildings, and is like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always this desolate, no matter the day or time. No, not yet. We're not on the route yet. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location has set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the remnant of the great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death. I know, right, Pokey? The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned areas to pass the time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot, and I couldn't breathe. And that some people died trying to save others. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their own trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved, and for them to get their happy ending afterward? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen?
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは、誰も彼も救うということだからね。
That was Karisuke's response to the question when a very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Karisuke. I knew you were a magician, and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I always believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kursugu looked more troubled than I ever seen him, and said something that I remember to this day.
誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けたものだけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
Yeah, I get that. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine there is a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, a majority of hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle all the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people the champion of justice saves are only those whom the champion of the justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at that point.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die like back then. If the person I am now been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire.
そのまま無駄死にしてたろうな。間違いなく。
That would have happened for sure. Jeez, I can't even fantasize in my head.
しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
A bell in distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work that might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about and an endless stream of cars on the road.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
I walk along the path as I gaze up at a lightened building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way up to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery. Huh? I think I see something bizarre.
なんだ今の。
I stop and try to look at the very top. I squint, trying to see what I see in the focus. But it's like staring at grains of rice. It looks like someone I know, but I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. It doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there, but she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to see she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way she'll be able to pick me up from a crowd from the ground. She's just looking down at the town. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forget how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician looking down at the surface world with the bright moon shining bright behind her. And then she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky.
今の遠坂だったのかな。
I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was, at least. There aren't many girls I know who stand out like her, and besides, I'm not so out of it that I failed to notice a girl I secretly admire.
そうか。にしても
Osaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. Unlike Shinto, there is no sign of people anywhere in Miyama. There is nobody around after 8 at night, and the town is silent and still. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life, and a no trespassing sign hangs over the front door. In a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now for the single child who survived. I bite my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. I promised I'd just be like Kiritsugu, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happened so close to home. I want to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reached the top of the hill where where my house sits. Although that is true, his body does sit there too. The lights are on, and so Fujini and our Sakura are still inside.
ただいま。あれ、藤姉だけか。
おかえりしろ。
Fujini turns towards me, munching on a rice cracker. The TV is tuned to a lively variety show.
もうまたこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだから、もっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。8時までのバイトを選んでるんだから、これ以上無茶言わないでくれ。で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Oh, I see, I see. Fujini cheerfully replies, as far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person.
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
あのね、そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんたは。
だからここが私の家だよ。
Fujini tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
Fujini has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. She brings stuff like bowls from the restaurant that are too big to be functional, and a necessarily heavy earthen teapot or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is convenient storage or something.
ちょっと見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
これ？うちで余ったポスターだけど。
Fujini has me a poster. It's probably a poster of some no-name signer.
どれどれ？
I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky black background. The caption on the poster in bloody font. Love's lovely Rangerland. Come to the self-defense meetup. Hey, this is a recruitment poster.
それいらないからあげるね。
俺だっていらねえよこんなの。
I quickly roll the poster back up and try to whack Fujini on the head with it.
へへん外れ
However, Fujini counters mercilessly with another poster she's been holding. Honk. A poster store bossed me light. Stars! I see stars!
シローの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに髪の
Chad equals what?
ような破壊音を。
Don't worry, he's good. Did she master some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute?
ごめんごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。シロー、頭大丈夫？
Can I see plate steel? I forgot about that.
藤根、いつか絶対に人を殺すぞ。その性格。
その時はシローがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
全速でお断りです。そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
うん、私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
You're not that violent.
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
Pray that I survive. I'll have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロー、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよう。
Fujini gets up. What's up with Fujini? Was he really hungry if she's offering to help? Even if it's just to help setting the table.
はいはい。じゃあ藤根は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらい告げるだろ。
告げるよ。ねえシロー、私丼でいいかな。
いいんじゃないか。今日は
Need more Dojins? Is this actually Dojins period? I didn't know that.
よしよし。それじゃ、シローもお揃いね。
Fujini scoops up mounds of rice into the large stew bowls. Whatever, I was going to go for a second helping anyways. And if I meddle in what Fujini does now, we may really not have any dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years. Another day ends. We finish our rowdy dinner, and after I see off Fujini, I take a bath. After that, I head to the shed for my daily training. I complete it as usual, then I go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Today ends peacefully and without incident. This motherfucker's gonna get 4 hours of sleep. I'm in a fire. Houses crumble and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. It's a long forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run. I keep running. Every time the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up feeling wrong. To the LA fires. A hand to my forehead tells me I'm sweating, even though it's winter.
もうこんな時間か。
The clock reads past 6. I hear the sound of chopping from the kitchen.
さくら、今朝も早いな。
Where does William come into this? William wasn't mentioned at all. Not even his isekai form. Not really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
シロ、今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に。暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私、今月ピンチなのだ。
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
断る。自業自得だ。たまには一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
で、シロには期待してないもん。私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだから。ね、さくらちゃん。
Goofy wife.
はい。私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
He's very much your type, huh?
オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides, and the main dish is braised lotus fruit, konnyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyoto Club, and Fujini is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two to have the same lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujini looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she is just kind of out there most of the time, she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Oh, you having the same fucking nightmare? Okay, cool. Whatever, bro. It's not an interesting topic for Fujini, so she shifts the conversation in another direction. That doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have this nightmares a lot. Back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent, and I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though. Fujini was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me since.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリ
Oh
フ
my
だ。
god, Dylan.
もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ。弟分としては。
That's still bad. We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I am fine, Fujini smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration, but I know she'll get an ego about it if I say it directly, so I pretend to grunt and protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by our interaction. Soon after Fujini leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ。さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
Zombie RPK won't hurt anyone. You said it's kind of hard to love a corpse, but then you won't stop me shoots a zombie. That's still a corpse, a dead one.
そんな違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。
Also, what if she eats you?
別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
What? Sakura's acting suspicious, or rather, she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over for the weekend.
分かった。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
Vampire RPK is better, but she can still kill you.
はい。そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Sakura sighs in relief, but the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
先輩って。
Sakura stared at my left hand. I look down and see blood trickling from it. I pull up my shirt sleeve. Yep, blood.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
But I don't feel any pain. It looks like there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way from my shoulder to the back of my hand. And it looks like a snake that's trying to reach my palm from the top of my shoulder.
ま、痛みもないし、すぐに引くだろう。大丈夫。気にするほどじゃない。
Oh, I'm bleeding? Oh, it'll heal. It's fine.
はい。先輩がそう言うのでしたら気にしません。
The sight of blood probably made Sakura sick since she's keeping her head down. "'Tis but a flesh wound." Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. The schoolyard is filled with athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising for morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless. Like his blood, Sakura. When I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like membranes have latched onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな、おい。
I shake my head to clear it and head onto campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Awesome! Too bad we don't get that. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
I like this track a lot, actually. You can flow to this song. You can do a rap sequence. Hey, we don't got school on Saturdays. I mean, controversial, but I think we should have school on Saturdays. I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then,
なんだまだ学校にいたんだエミヤ
I run into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making a small commotion.
やることもないくせにまだ残ってたのああそうかまた生徒
I
会に
backed that since I'm not in school anymore.
いいねエミヤは部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ
I mean, I know in college I had classes on Saturday. Myself.
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たちなんだから。
よく言うよエミヤに言わせればなんだって当たり前だからねそういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ
Did I ever tell you how much you pissed me off? Did I ever tell you how much you pissed me off?
すまん。よく覚えていない。それ、シンジの口癖だと思っていたから、どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
そうかいそれじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだエミヤは
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よしなら頼まれてくれようちの弓道場さ今割と散らかってるんだよね弦も巻いてないのが溜まってるし安土の掃除もできてない暇ならさそっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな元弓道部員だろ生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないでたまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ
The kissing the student council's ass all the time. Look, Issei's a homie. You are not.
ちょっと先輩それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？そうですよちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ
でもさ今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃんそこの人がやってくれるんならそれでいいんじゃないの
悪いよそれに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないしそうでもないんじゃないあの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ任せちゃえばいいのよ
The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be the Kyoto members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be members Shinji recruited recently.
じゃああとはよろしく鍵の場所は変わってないから勝手にやっといてよ文句ないよねエミヤ
なあ構わないよどうせ暇だったからたまにはこういうのも悪くない
This is an L moment for Shiro. He's being such a doormat.
サンキューそれじゃあ行こうぜみんなつまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ
待ってよ先輩じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩
Think more Mega Man this track? Actually, I agree. It can fit in with Mega Man. Excuse me. I cleaned up the Kyoto Dojo without any problems since I'm familiar with it. Mega Man stream win? Probably never, to be honest, unless, you know, they make it out a gacha game. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning the place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. Playing a long game, gotta make the brother happy. It's made a really long game. Want to see the world record? The world record for which one? The only one I'm actually close to is X4. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring in my bow and visit. I look at the time, and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. The school gates must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. Then I look closely. I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place. Like behind the bow rests in the club room.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
Unrest your TMS skills? That's like a 12-hour stream. I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny. I love playing TMS, but yeah, it's a long game. Playing casually is pretty OP. When it's starting to pick up. It's so cold, my cheeks start to sting. Ryuki typically isn't cold at night during winter, but tonight's certainly an exception. To be honest, I would rather try to do a speed run on Girls Frontline 2, but I have no idea how that would work, even a little bit. My breath fogs the air with every exhale. For a date with 2B.
暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
Enlist your coworker for moral support and snack support. I look up and there's no light in the sky. The strong winds send the clouds beating across the night sky. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't want to do like a speedrun on my main account because, you know, it's just like pick Fukai and win. So it would had to be on like a fresh account. Curfew is long past and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus, and it seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. I think I heard something.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
Yeah, with a fresh account. That's probably the best way to do a speedrun. That night under the frosty sky. I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence. Make friend with Visa's Fukai and speedrun with it. Yeah. If it's a fresh account, to make it like worthwhile, I'll have to ban supports. So I head towards the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard.
人？
Looks that way, at least from a distance. It's so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sounds grow louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. It sounds like a fight.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、俺。
I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then, it was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger. Or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me, and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them are clad in armor so ancient, it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear that their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movement. They're too fast. Their movements look so surreal. My mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me of the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They had to be something else, in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone could see that these two aren't human. To start, humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows before my brain kicks in that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. I sense they're living things designed only to kill. No knife or blade will be a match for whatever they're wielding. They are clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. I should have stayed and watched another second. But I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee. But something else is telling me they'll find me the second I move. More than any eternal conflict though, I am just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still imagine getting stabbed in the back with that spear. Can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand, facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that the fight's over, another stronger sense of malice creeps over me. My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. A nauseating high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Kurisugu once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. It was kind of magecraft, so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even a simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating. The sight is so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive. He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack would be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. That inhuman, something in the guise of a man is going to die. But can I just let this happen? That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free, and I take a deep breath. The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have a thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes it's time to flee for my life, and suddenly all my energy is being poured into exactly that. I don't remember where I ran off, or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have ran towards town. I got to be the world's biggest idiot, thinking I can escape by running to an empty building. A school of all places, there must have been other, better places to hide. And what the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. How would Johnny Smalley be a participant? I just read that. What will he do? I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down, and I breathe a sigh of relief. I survived.
何だったんだ今の。
I tried to recall what I just saw as I cast my breath. One thing's for sure, I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that looked human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. But I've seen something else out of the corner of my eye.
もう一人誰かいた気がするけど。
I can't remember what they looked like though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat.
けど
追いかけっこは終わりだろ。
The voice comes right in front of me.
いや、割と遠くまで走ったな、お前。
I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know that I am going to die.
逃げられないってのはお前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろう。何やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ。別に恥じることじゃない。
And with that, he raises his spear.
運が悪かったな、坊主。ま、見られたからには死んでくれよ。
No mercy, no compassion. His spear pierces my heart. I didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spirit must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish, floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like.
死人に口なしってな。弱いやつがくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
My eyes can't focus.
なんだく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
I can only hear his voice.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
The voice suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, the footsteps I heard earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. Then footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth, like a passing typhoon.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
That's why the death counter's not going up, guys. I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud as the person reaches their finger out to try to close my mouth.
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
Whoever it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. The moment I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を偽造して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
The voice sounds distressed. But at the moment, my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me, sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot my corpse jolts and my cold, stagnated blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
I hear something fall.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
Battlefield 6 medic. That was it. The person mossed themselves and leaves. My heart resumes beating, and then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into a slumber, bound to wake again. Ah! I wake suddenly. I feel sick and my body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head.
何が起きた？
This is literally my favorite track here. My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area in my uniform is torn, and my blood stains the hall floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I've been lying down looks like a murder scene.
本当に
Was I stabbed? I haven't heard Golden Ice Pod music in a long time, so I can't make a comparison. I fight down a surge of nausea as I head into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pull out a rag and bucket.
何してんだろう俺。
I'm still confused. I encountered something unbelievable. Then it murdered me. But here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be?
くそ落ちない。
I wiped the floor with the rag I found. I managed to wipe off the blood, despite the incredible weakness in my whole body. Then gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it into my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff because my head's all hazy. I put the rag and bucket away and scatter out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. I'll take a look intrinsic after all this is done. For today, anyways. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujini left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. It's the hole in my heart that was just patched up. So expanding my chest opens the wound. That's also not true. I wasn't almost killed. I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive. I reverse collapse on the floor. If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me, so I need to thank them properly one day. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I place my hand on my bare chest, where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, as a matter of fact, pierced. That feeling. The agony of the spear piercing my chest isn't something I can easily forget. When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure. Actually, I'd say this is a pretty accurate, accurate portrayal of Phantom Pain. This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I take a slow, deep breath. The fever and nausea abate a bit. The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind. But I never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was just a ghost, if it had a will of its own. When I heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are the elemental types. But I thought elementals didn't look human. There are more fundamental issues. Those two were trying to kill each other. And there was a robbery and a murder in the house nearby. Eerie stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my control. I guess that was kinda whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw. I can complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a major's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there is ever an intruder in the area, an alarm
こ
rings.
んな時に泥棒か。
I berate myself for my own idiocy. Of course, it's not a burglar. Given the timing right after that weird incident, there's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar. It's an assassin. They're here to take a life, not property. Because that man says so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. That house is dead silent. That same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, and it's not my imagination. I know that the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin will just leap in and kill me. And that would just repeat what happened before. I'm not prepared. I'm not going to be impaled again. My breathing grows labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after it was saved earlier this same damn day. I grip my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me to not die so pathetically as last time. Am I not a mage after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for?
いいぜ。やってやろうじゃないか。
I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever's here.
まずは武器をどうにかしないと。
I may call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm not anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm going to expose myself and it'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but I also don't have one just lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon.
藤姉が置いてったポスターしかねえ。
I can't help but feel utterly dejected. But the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation's so bad, it can't really get any worse. Then all that's left for me to do is to move forward until I have no energy left.
とりあえず。
I speak my incantation and I inject my magical energy into the rolled up 60cm poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon to go up against that spear.
構成歳出解明。
I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood.
構成歳出補強。
I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads throughout the poster and spills out, I say,
とりあえずオフ。
I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It turned out great for a hastily improvised sword.
うまくいった。
How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kurzuka died, and so for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic.
ともあれこれで。
I may be able to defend myself. I at least have some discipline and swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead, but I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Just as I start trying to hype myself up, every hair on my body stands on its end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight towards me. A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came through the ceiling and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. I roll forward in a frantic dodge. The man lands with inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out the way. I stop myself quickly to get to my feet, makeshift sword at the ready. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. He shifts his spear to his other hand in a slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at school, which might give me a chance at escaping him. He's complaining to himself, like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I'll run out and then it's only 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I should quickly... He says it almost absent-mindedly, like it was just an afterthought. Pain shoots up my right arm. It all happens in an instant. He thrusts his spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd just been holding a rolled up paper. He struck as if it hadn't been holding anything at all, but the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack so it only grazed my arm. His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal preying its eyeing its prey. Crap, I was clearly wrong thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge a strike from above. The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if he had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. A sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves? The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash, the spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parried a blow aimed at my face. The cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving his spear in a small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous. Is that a hammer he's swinging? Damn. The numbness in my arms is telling me that they might be broken. I instantly swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flicking his spear at my sword without drawing it back at all. Numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly.
使えねえな。機械をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
He moves like this. It's just a game. Such confidence. Even letting me take a swing at him after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap. So he sees no point in continuing this.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ。
The man readies his spear once again. Through that microscopic opening. I don't turn back to look. I just leap backwards through the window. My back shatters the window, and I roll into the yard. I roll a few times, spring upward, and I bluntly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. I manage to bat the man's spear aside as he hesitates for just an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, he was going to have to chase after me, and he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had a chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He'd have killed me if I had been even a second late, and I'd have been just as dead as if I was early too. But knowing the incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I would have been early. The only thing I had to do was get up as quickly as I could and parry the attack I knew he would be coming at my back. The gamble paid off, and my swing deflects his spear. I quickly repositioned myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused. He's not holding the spear anymore now, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot in a roundhouse kick. Scenery goes flying by. My chest goes numb where he kicked me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. Never thought a guy kicking me would be sending me in the air like a damn ball. A hard fall into my back. I slam into the wall. The impact likely breaking my back and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into the shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. Where's the air support? I tried to track the man through the blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks his spear up and rushes straight at me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. I can't even look back at him. My body on the verge of collapse practically greets the spear. With dumb luck, my knees give out. I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and it violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. And this is my last chance. If only I could get inside the shed, there could be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then,
そらこれでしまいだ
he launches a spear at me. I block it. I open up the rolled up poster to create a single-use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fall to my butt and try to get my heart beating again after it feels like it's trying to quit on me. The moment I raise my head to try to grab something to use as a weapon,
爪だ今のは割と驚かされたぜ坊主
the man points his spear in front of my face. I can't do anything else now. His spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. It's a scent of death, assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt hours ago.
しかしわからねえな起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた筋はいいようだがまだ若すぎたか
I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is focused on the weapon pointed at me. Obviously. The moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point?
もしやとは思うがお前が7人目だったのかもなまだとしてもこれで終わりなんだが
His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wound in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. That taste of blood that will well up in my throat. That feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one who goes through this? This is bullshit. No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spear is still going to impale me, though. The tip will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm going to die. This bullshit. I'm going to die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit. I'm going to die and I don't even have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess.
ふざけるな俺は
I'm not going to let myself die senselessly. It's the likes of you. Is absolutely the right word for this moment. Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know is that the figure is a girl. I hear a high-pitched sound. And the moment the figure appears, it pushes aside the spear pressed to my heart and steps between me and the man without missing a beat.
7人目のサーバントだと
He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside as the girl brandishes something in her hand. Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quietly turns towards me. The wind is strong today. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl, who appears like a knight. I'm speechless. And it's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion.
とあなたが私のマスターか
Her voice sounds so valiant.
マスター
I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I felt moments ago vanishes, and there is only the girl standing before me.
サーバントセーバー召喚に従い参上した
My god, is that Buddha saber? Sometimes.
マスター指示を
It's the second time she speaks. And the moment I hear the word master, and the name Saber echoes into my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. I unconsciously press the back of my left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl silently nods her beautiful head.
これより我が剣はあなたと共にありあなたの運命は私と共にあるここに契約は完了した
契約って何の
I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words mean. But the girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same grace she's shown when she nodded. He turned towards the shed's ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. He moves faster than expected. The girl in knight's armor leaps out the shed without hesitation. What? I forget about the pain I feel and I get up to follow her. She can't possibly go against that guy. No matter how heavy armor she is, she's smaller than I am. The echoing clang drowns out my words. I can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank at this time.
なんだあいつ
The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. And within the darkness, sparks fly as steel strikes steel. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets the girl who leads from the shed. She parries his spear, and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between the man and I earlier doesn't even count as a battle. A battle? That was a fight between two people, each able to kill each other. No matter the difference in ability, and it can still be called a battle as long as both are able to kill the other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly I can't even see his strikes. Somehow, she parries his every attack perfectly, but something actually closes in on him. The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically to ward off her attacks on his side. For a moment, his spear glows. His attack almost looks like it caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I could both tell what it is. It's furious magical energy, so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along with her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. If the man's spear strikes are precise, like a sniper rifle, her blows must be like an overpowering blast shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light, and yet, that's not what's overpowering the man. The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond, other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon. The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. The weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it would be reckless to go in for an attack. Vastly trouble with an invisible weapon, but she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything in its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Hearing her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man, whose movements aren't as sharp as they have been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks with all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith striking the iron. And the spear-wielding man continues defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself against an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. That's all he can do. When an opponent is so completely on defense, the only thing you need to do is beat them down. The girl steps in closer. She smashes down, striking with all her might. In his chest, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back, as if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air, smashing to the ground, kicking up dust. Her massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the corner spearman, proved easy to dodge. Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have worn the man down, but the tremendous swing meant to deal the finishing blow wouldn't ever touch him. The relentless attack must have put an incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then comes in to strike once again at the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps in a triangular pattern and leaps towards the girl as if revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second. The girl twists her body around like a top, while her sword is still embedded in the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, as the girl uses this brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both the man and the girl seemed unsatisfied, though. Both struck, intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two opened a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain the battle inflicted on them seemed to be too much.
どうしたランサー。止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具、それは剣か？
He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her.
さあどうかな。旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサー。
抜かせ、セイバ
ー。Somehow this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. It looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move. But I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at the school a few hours ago. It's the killer move that's supposed to have ended the battle.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。悪い話じゃないだろう。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ、ランサー。
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ、長居する気はなかったんだが。
Just came here to check things out and kill a boy too, but it was mostly to check things out. The air wavers. Their surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The sending happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear.
Hog.
The girl readies herself, as with her weapon, and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him.
じゃあな、その心臓もらい受ける。
The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes his spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective with the spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear towards Lancer, intent on striking him down. But at that moment, his words alone radiate immense magical energy. The spear released from the below angles towards the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying in a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced, and she's bleeding profusely.
呪詛。いや、今のは因果の逆転か。
Gay bulge. I love that joke. Gay bulge. I'm just as bewildered. But watching from afar, it may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre that attack was. That spear had been aimed at her feet, I am sure of that. But then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet, the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed bizarrely as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as the spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change course. It altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words and released his spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the facts. It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend such a completely insane attack? No matter what effort a target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierced the opponent when used. However, the girl evades by a hair's breadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than a spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned in reverse direction with an incredible effort of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She was either incredibly lucky or had just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl manages to avoid the fatal blow, and so survives Lancer's ultimate attack. The girl tries to get her labored breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of it, blood stops seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she is more than astounding. In terms of her skills in the fight against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of natural energy she used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she is obviously superior to Lancer. That's only up until now. She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth, and he glares at the girl. His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself. Yeah, he's pissed off. Basically. He's like, how the fuck? Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates, and he clicks his tongue in annoyance.
こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい、なんて抜かしやがる。
逃げるのか、ランサー。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞ、セイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he is. But Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him.
待て、ランサー。
The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit.
バカかあいつ。
I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. It turns out I don't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I intended to just approach and call out to her, but that went right out the window the moment I got near her. She is completely unbelievable. The shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. The clothing she's wearing, dated as it is a bright vivid blue. I've never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She is absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun gold. Her face is graceful, with a trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over her chest. Hey, they're inner thoughts. You can glaze as much as you want in inner thoughts, you know? I managed to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, the pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't know quite how to respond to that gaze, but then I noticed something. The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest, yet there's no outward sign of a wound. I heard there's a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. That must mean she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. You're an inner glazer? I guess so. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what's going on. I take half a step back as I ask the question.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから確認をするまでもないでしょう。
セイバーのサーバント。
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
He says it so casually. There's a touch of contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. Why the hell am I getting agitated?
そうか。変な名前だな。
I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly, but I honestly don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I just ask her what the hell she is? And it'd be rude of me to not respond.
俺はシロ。エミやシロって言ってこの家の人間だ。
There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things right now. But, well, she did give me her name. It's only polite that I get mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter who I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in my confusion. She moves not an inch.
いや違う。今のはなしだ。聞きたいのはそういうことでなくて、つまりだな。
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
ね。
しかし、それでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上、あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as master.
それは違う。俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ。
それでは素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet?
ちょっと待て。なんだってそっちの方。
A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears in the back of my hand, like a tattoo.
それは令樹と呼ばれるものです。シロ、私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
お前。
シロ、傷の治療を。
Her tone is cold now. It seems she's not focused on me, but something else.
待て、まさか俺に言ってるのか。悪いけど、そんな難しい魔術は知らないし、それにもう治ってるじゃないか、それ。
Saber frowns. I feel like I said something that disappoints her.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒しうる相手です。
I can fuck him up in a few seconds. Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just alone in the yard.
外に敵？
I realize what she means as soon as I say it.
ちょっと待て、まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can towards the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers, and jump out.
サイバー、どこだ？
I strain to see it in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch dark. Now of all times. But I hear something nearby.
そこか。
I run to an empty pathway. It happens all in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. She easily cuts the man in red. Saber raises her arm, ready to, but before she's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft they'd unleashed. I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. That was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My old man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not sure even the first-rate mage could just cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat like that. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backwards with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and levels her visible sword at them. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see then that Saber is attacking a human. I can't tell who it is specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, their blood staining her hands, suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. She's going to slit open their throat with that visible sword. I scream as loud as I can. Her blade stops cold. It's probably best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. But the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with the opponent's blood just yet. I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She's only stopped because I told her to. But she still holds her sword at the ready.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら、少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there staring at me.
順番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent, and stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな、などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Don't needlessly harm another? Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacking me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょ。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、例
I
示をもって
won't
私を
lie,
許しな
I
さい。
do want to watch Heaven's Feels again. The movies. Those are really good, to be honest.
いや、そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。女の子が剣なんて振り回すもんじゃない。
Also, the Ultimate Blade Works of Bridge is pretty good too.
で、そっか。本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。いや、とにかくそういうのはダメだ。
In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing like that.
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
The person who's falling on the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instinctively grips her sword.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。へえ、セイバーともあろうサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Saber grits her teeth. But she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something because she seems suddenly much less hostile.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
Whoever it was that had been on the ground finally stands. They act brazen as they pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's...
お前、遠さか。
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤ君。
Rin Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she agrees me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real.
いや、だからさっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
Hearing her be so blunt about it makes me seem like the idiot here.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤ君は。
As she says that, she walks towards the entrance to my house.
待て遠坂、何考えてんだお前。
At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile changed into something completely different.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤ君、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me, and I can see actual animosity in her eyes.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか、エミヤ君のお家にね。
Tosaka walks through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her, and she was about to
い
die.
や、それにしたって。
Maybe it's my imagination, but I think Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, and the girl I admire, is walking in front of me, while a blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a serpent, is silently falling behind me. The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension, but I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who is apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, so I had to hold my ground too, or else I'll look stupid. Though I can't really think of anything all that significant here. Like, Saber is still following me. She keeps calling me master, and we've formed some sort of contract, which probably makes her a kind of familiar. I heard a familiar is an assistant mages use. Most mages transfer a part of their own body into something else, then use it as a double. But typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that they need an incredible amount of mental energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that would require a mage to use over half of their own magical energy just to sustain the familiar though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals, who can be controlled with minimal effort, and so aren't any burden. At least that's what I was taught.
何かあるのですか、シオ。
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
Saber also looks human, and she is clearly superior to her master. That is, me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circus to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a servant. I don't know what she is, but that man named Lancer and the man in red Tosaka had in tow are probably all the same. Which means Tosaka can also be called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages. Though there's really not much sense comparing any mage to someone like me, who can only do strengthening. What's clear is that Ren Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spirituality, in spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Emiya family came during Kurisuke's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages, and I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. That Lancer guy is another mage is familiar too. That means I've gotten myself into the middle of some sort of fight between mages.
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
The sitting room? I should really just stop thinking for now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights. It's already past 1 in the morning.
寒。何よ、窓ガラス全開してるじゃない。
Yeah, I got attacked.
仕方ないだろ。ランサーってやつに襲われたんだ。なりふり構ってられなかったんだよ。
ああ、そういうこと。じゃあ、セイバーを呼び出すまで一人であいつとやり合ってたの？
やり合ってなんかない。ただ一方的にやられただけだ。
変な見え張らないんだ。そっかそっか。ほんと見た目通りなんだ、エミヤくんって。
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta grab my food and use the bathroom. I'm gonna put this on auto until I get back. This would be a good point too to do that.
Minuten vor Schweißen.
遠坂、今の。
ちょっとしたデモンストレーションよ。助けてもらったお礼にはならないけど、一応筋は通しておかないとね。もう私がやらなくともそっちで直したんだろうけど、こんなの魔力の無駄遣いでしょ。本当なら窓ガラスなんて取り替えれば済むけど、こんな寒い中で話すのもなんだし。
ろいぞ遠坂。俺はそんなことできないからな。直してくれて感謝してる。
できないってそんなことないでしょ。ガラスの扱いなんて初歩の初歩だもの。たった数分前に割れたガラスの修復なんてどこの学派でも入門試験みたいなものでしょ。
そうなのか。俺は親父にしか教わったことがないからそういう基本とか処方とか知らないんだ。
は？
Jessica stops abruptly. Crap, sounds like I said something I shouldn't have.
ちょっと待って。じゃあ何？エミヤ君は自分の工房の管理もできない半人前ってこと？
いや、工房なんて持ってないぞ、俺。
Well, actually, I have this shed I use for training, but I think calling that a workshop would just make Jessica angrier.
まさかとは思うけど確認しとく。もしかしてあなた5大要素の扱いとかパスの作り方も知らない？
I just nod. Oh, that's terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
何？じゃああなた素人？
そんなことないぞ。
Oh,
一応
fletchling.
強化の魔術ぐらいは使える。
強化ってまた何とも半端なのを使うのね。ねえ、それ以外はからっきしってわけ
Jessica just stares at me.
まあ、端的に言えば、多分。
Her stare is so intense I can't help but be vague in my answer.
はあ、なんだってこんなやつにセイバーが呼び出されるのよ。まったく。
He sighs, disappointed. I don't know, I don't care much for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
まあいいわ。もう決まったことに不平をこぼしても始まらない。そんなことより今は借りを返さないと。
Jessica takes a breath.
それじゃあ話を始めるけど、エミヤ君、自分がどんな立場にあるのか分かってないでしょ。
I nod.
やっぱり。まあ一目で分かったけど、一応確認しとかないとね。知ってる相手に説明するなんて心の贅肉だし。
That was a really weird way to put that, but I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
率直に言うと、エミヤ君はマスターに選ばれたの。どちらかの手に精魂があるでしょ。手の甲とか腕とか、個人差はあるけど、3つの霊樹が刻まれているはず。それがマスターとしての証よ。
手の甲って。これか。
Unfortunately, if I get out of the game, it could crash, so I gotta chill with that.
そう。それはサーバントを律する呪文でもあるから大切にね。霊樹って言うんだけど、それがある限りはサーバントを従えていられるわ。
ある限りってどういうことだよ。
霊樹は絶対命令権なの。サーバントには自由意志があるって気づいていると思うけど、それをねじ曲げて絶対に言いつけを守らせる呪文がその刻印。発動に呪文は必要なくて、あなたが霊樹を使用するって思えば発動するから。ただし1回使うたびに1つずつ減っていくから、使うのなら2回だけにとどめなさい。で、その霊樹がなくなったらエミヤ君は殺されるだろうから、せいぜい注意して。
ね、俺が殺される？
そうよ。マスターが他のマスターを倒すのが聖杯戦争の基本だから。そうして他の6人を倒したマスターには望みを叶える聖杯が与えられるの。
Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tutaka is just saying. Masters defeating masters? And then they're granted the Holy Grail? And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail?
まだわからない。要するにね、あなたはあるゲームに巻き込まれたのよ。聖杯戦争っていう7人のマスターの生存競争。他のマスターを一人残らず倒すまで終わらない魔術師同士の殺し合いに。
Tosaka talks about this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosaka claims to be a master. Familiars called servants. And the Holy Grail world. A battle to the death between 7 mages.
待て、なんだそれ。いきなり何言ってんだお前。
気持ちはわかるけど、私は事実を口にするだけよ。
All that for a cup.
それにあなただって
It's a pretty powerful
理
cup.
解してるんじゃない？一度ならず二度までもサーバントに殺されかけて、自分はもう逃げられない立場なんだって。
That true that Lancer guy died near. Oh, sorry. True that Lancer guy did nearly kill me.
あ、違うわね。殺されかけたんじゃなくて殺されたんだっけ。よく生き返ったわね、エミヤくん。
Tosaka's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. That guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise, and I was only there to die. That's why. Me backing out of this incomprehensible death match doesn't mean that others will do the same.
納得した？ならもう少しだけ話をしてあげる。
How about a gun mage?
聖杯戦争というのが何であるか私もよくは知らない。
That's basically what Kurizuku was. He was a gun mage.
ただ何十年に一度7人のマスターが選ばれ、マスターにはそれぞれサーバントが与えられるってことだけは確かよ。私もマスターに選ばれた一人だから、サーバントと契約したし、あなただってセーバーと契約した。サーバントは聖杯戦争を勝ち残るために聖杯が与えた使い魔と考えなさい。
Is that to do using Kalikos? Yes. Actually, yes. Also, Rin has major fuck me eyes right now. And who killed his daughter? No.
で、マスターである私たちは自分のサーバントと協力して他のマスターを始末していくわけね。
Tosaka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. But one thing she mentioned raises a question.
ちょっと待ってくれ。遠坂はセイバーを使い魔だって言うけど、俺にはそうは思えない。だって使い魔っていうのは猫とか鳥だろ。そりゃ人の幽霊を扱うやつもいるって言うけど、セイバーはちゃんと体がある。それにとても使い魔なんかに見えない。
I glance over at Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
使い魔ね。まあサーバントはその分類ではあるけど、位置づけは段違いよ。何しろそこにいる彼女はね、使い魔としては最強とされるゴーストライナーなんだから。
ゴーストライナー。じゃあやっぱり幽霊ってことか。
The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability, who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make any sense. Ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possesses a body, be killed by a spirit?
幽霊。似たようなものだけど、そんなもんと一緒にしたらセイバーに殺されるわよ。 サーバントは受肉した過去の英雄、精霊に近い人間以上の存在なんだから。
受肉した過去の英雄。
そうよ。過去だろうが現代だろうが、とにかく死亡した伝説上の英雄をこう引っ張ってきてね、実体化させるのよ。まあ呼び出すまでがマスターの役割で、後の実体化は聖杯がしてくれるんだけどね。魂を形にするなんてのは一介の魔術師には不可能だ。
I would rather see Ghost Rider and
Shin
Megami Tensei, to be honest. Although there technically is a knockoff of him called Hellbiker. They're basically the same thing. But Ghost Rider would be cooler.
ちょっと待て、過去の英雄って、
Look at Saber. So she's a hero for the past too? Well, sure, nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still.
そんなの不可能だ。そんな魔術聞いたことがない。
当然よ。これは魔術じゃないもの。あくまで聖杯による現象と考えなさい。そうでなければ魂を再現して固定化するなんてできるはずがない。
魂の再現って、じゃあそのサーバントは幽霊とは違うのか？
違うわ。人間であれ動物であれ機械であれ、偉大な功績を残すと輪廻の輪から外されて一段階上に昇華するって話聞いたことない？
There's a fair amount of rules for the heroic spirits.
英霊っていうのはそういう連中
But
よ。
Saber breaks a lot of them. Because of her special thing going on.
要するに崇め立て祀られて疑似的な神様になった者たちなんでしょうね。高霊術とか口寄せとか、そういう一般的な霊を扱う魔術は彼らの力の一部を借り受けて奇跡を起こすでしょ。けどこのサーバントっていうのは
No spoilers
英
though.
霊本体を直接連れてきて使い魔にする。だから基本的には霊体としてそばにいるけど、必要とあらば実体化させて戦わせられるってわけ。
その霊体と実体を使い分けられるってことか。遠坂のサーバントは姿が見えないけど、今は霊体ってことか。
いえ、あいつはうちの召喚人で傷を癒している最中よ。
MCO's canon. Everything is canon in the Natsuverse.
さっきセイバーにやられたでしょ。あれだってあと少し強制撤去が遅かったら一撃で消滅してた。
One of the heroes in theory can be summoned. Yes, if people believe in them, if people believe in the legend enough. Yeah, it's basically based on not necessarily how popular they are, but how much people believe in them and that thing. So technically, Superman could be a heroic spirit.
いい？サーバントを倒せるのは同じ霊体であるサーバントだけ。そりゃ相手が実体化していればこっちの攻撃も当たるから、うまくすれば倒せるかもしれない。けどサーバントはみんな怪物じみてるでしょ。だから怪物の相手は怪物に任せて、マスターは後方支援をするっていうのがセオリーね。
What's the The Zaka's explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel that like a fair description of Saber.
とにかくマスターになった人間は召喚したサーバントを使って他のマスターを倒さなければならない。そのあたりは理解できた？
言葉の上でなら。けど納得なんて言ってないぞ。そもそもそんな悪趣味なことを誰が何のために始めたんだ？
それは私が知るべきことでもないし、答えてあげることでもない。そのあたりはいずれちゃんと聖杯センスを
But I
獲得
guess
しているやつ
the
に聞きな
best
さい。
comparison, if you want to think about like getting empowered by how much people believe in them, There's a lot of sentences that are like that. Unironically, the thing I compare the most towards that is actually Hyperdimension Neptunia. They actually have very similar systems, not gonna lie.
私が教えてあげられるのはね、あなたはもう戦うしかなくて、サーバントは強力な使い魔だからうまく使えってことだけよ。
As Tosaka says that, she turns to Saber.
さて、エミヤ君から話を聞いた限りじゃ、あなたは不完全な状態みたいね、セイバー。マスターとしての心得がない魔術師見習いに呼び出されたんだから。ええ、あなたの言う通り。
Spirit stalled. And yeah, you're right, Pokey. You're right.
シローには私を実体化させる魔力がないため、霊体に戻ることも魔力の回復も難しいでしょう。
驚いたわ。そこまでひどかったこともだけど、あなたが正直に話してくれるなんて思わなかった。どうやって弱みを聞き出そうかなって程度だったのに。
敵に弱点を見抜かれるのは不本意ですが、あなたの目は欺けそうにない。こちらの手札を隠しても意味はないでしょう。それならばあなたに知ってもらうことで。
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, if people believe them hard enough, you could summon, like, you know, actual world leaders and use them as heroic spirits. Yeah, if they were like, yeah, if they were believed in hard enough. Yeah. So stalling could actually be a thing. Though I would have no idea what his abilities would be. Like, not even a little bit.
遠坂、それ俺がふさわしくないってことか。
当然でしょ、ヘッポコ。
Oh, even with a heart might have softened the blow like that a bit.
何？まだなんか質問があるの？
Communism Readthrough. Just have a giant army like Alexander. But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as a perfect honor student is slowly crumbling. Issei sure was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
さて、話がまとまったところでそろそろ行きましょうか。
Osaka announces this curtly, but it's kind of weird.
行くってどこへ？
だからあなたが巻き込まれたこのゲーム、聖杯戦争をよく知っているやつに会いに行くの。エミヤ君、聖杯戦争の理由について知りたいんでしょ？
それは当然だ。けどそれってどこだよ。もうこんな時間なんだし、あんまり遠いのは。
大丈夫、隣町だから急げば夜明けまでには帰ってこれるわ。それに明日は日曜なんだから別に夜更かししてもいいじゃない。
いや、そういう問題じゃなくて。
Almost just happened today, and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
何？行かないの？もうエミヤ君がそう言うんならいいけど、セイバーは？
For some reason, Tosaka is asking for Saber's opinion.
ちょっと待て、セイバーは関係ないだろう。あんまり無理強いするな。
I'll be late for school, you know, after being stabbed twice.
もうマスターとしての自覚はあるんだ。私がセイバーと話すのは嫌？
そんなことあるか。ただ遠坂の言うのが本当なら、セイバーは昔の英雄なんだろ。ならこんな現代に呼び出されて右も左もわからないはずだ。だから
Honestly, I think literally every IP can make a collab with the Fate series and it make perfect sense.
シロ、それは違う。サーバントは人間の世であるのなら、あらゆる時代に適応します。ですからこの時代のこともよく知っている。
知ってるって本当に？
もちろん。この時代に呼び出された。
Even Ghost Frontline? Yes, even Ghost Frontline.
嘘、どんな確率よそれ。
Oh, hey, Tosca's surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual.
シロ、私は彼女に賛成です。あなたはマスターとして知識がなさすぎる。あなたと契約したサーバントとして、シロには強くなってもらわなければ困ります。
Saber silently stares at me. You know, if the commander was summonable as like a playable character in FGO, you know that he would just like be like the summoner type where you just keep summoning his T-dolls. Maybe he has a tank. The look on her face tells me she's saying this for my sake, not for her own safety.
分かった。行けばいいんだろ、行けば。で、それってどこなんだ、トサカ。ちゃんと帰ってこれる場所なんだろうな。
もちろん。行き先は隣町の琴峰教会。そこがこの戦いを監督してるエセ神父の居所よ。
Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It's the look of someone who's enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. It's hard to believe Tosaka has a really nasty side. Unlimited course tracking. We walk through the town at night. It's 1 in the morning, and there's nobody out at this hour. The houses are dark, and the sleepy town is cast only in the street light's pale glow.
まあ、トサカ、つかのことを聞くけど、歩いて隣町まで行く気なのか?
You know what would be cool about the commander being summonable? Is that he would be like an actual fighter that can go toe to toe with other combatants, because he would be enhanced.
そうよ。だって電車もバスも終わってるでしょ。いいんじゃない？たまには夜の散歩っていうのも。
And here comes Groza with a steel chair.
そうか。一応聞くけど、隣町までどのくらいかかるか知ってるか？
歩いてだと1時間ぐらいかしらね。まあ、遅くなったら帰りはタクシーでも拾えばいいでしょ。
そんな余分な金は使わないし、俺が言いたいのは、女の子が夜出歩くのはどうかってことだ。
Commander CQC servants.
知ってるだろ？もしものことがあったら責任持てないぞ、俺。
Spirit William.
安心しなさい。相手がどんなやつだろうとちょっかいなんて出してこないわ。エミヤ君は忘れてるみたいだけど、そこにいるセイバーはとんでもなくお強いんだから。
Now she mentions it, if anyone picks a fight with Saber, they're dead for sure.
リン、シロ
Forgot about that yellow jacket.
私には理解できなかったのですが。
いや、大した勘違いっぷりっていうか、大間抜けっていうか。なんでも私たちが痴漢に襲われたらエミヤ君が助けてくれるんだって。
そんな、シロは私のマスターだ。それでは立場が逆ではないですか。
そういうの考えてないんじゃない？魔術師とかサーバントとかどうでもいいって感じ。 あいつの頭の中
I will not take slander for our boy Kazuki. Or Kazuki. Also, no spoilers. Jessica and Saber seem to be on a good enough terms to chat now. Saber's been quiet ever since I stopped her from leaving the house as she was. She flatly refused to take off her armor, so she made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. Oh, you know who would be like the by far the strongest person that we be able, our strongest game character that we'd be able to summon in the Fate universe, like actually the strongest because he has the most belief in, and actually has the most belief. It's Mario. But you didn't read. No, I know everything. I'm saying no spoilers for people who's in the chat or who is watching this right now and doesn't know anything. Now she's just following me and only speaks to Sasaka.
あれどっちに行くのよエミヤくんそっち道が違うんじゃない
橋に出ればいいんだろならこっちのが近道だ
But yeah, Mario would be an insane servant. Like, actually insane. He just jump on you and you die, literally. I felt a little awkward walking right beside her, so I walked a little faster and took the side path. The Rule 34 stuff. So basically, Rule 34 goblins. All we need to do is cross the bridge to reach Shinto. Oh, we enter a park along the riverside. All we need to do is cross the bridge to reach Shinto.
へえこんな道あったんだそっか橋には公園からでも行けるんだから公園を目指せばいいのね
Maybe it's the park at night. Tsuka, as she stands there staring at the bridge, looks prettier than when I see her at school. This isn't good.
いいから行くぞ別に遊びに来たわけじゃないんだから
I remind Tsuka to hurry and start climbing the stairs. Once we reach the road at the side of the bridge, it's just a straight shot to Shinto. I agree, Dustblight. There's nobody on the bridge. Not surprising since this bridge isn't exactly busy even during the day. People tend to take the bus or train to get to the next town, so the pedestrian bridge doesn't see much use. It's a pretty good distance, and the bridge itself seems a little unsteady, so people might worry it could collapse at any time. Probably why this isn't a very popular spot for dates, even though the location and ambience are perfect. If it's like real life Darth Vader versus Saber wins. It's not even a competition. Saber follows Ren silently. Oh, Saber follows silently while Ren walks beside me. I hurry across the bridge as fast as I can and try not to think too much about the two girls with me. Once we cross the bridge, Tosaka leads us to the suburbs. The office building near the station only comes to mind when I think of Shinto, but there's still a traditional townscape on the outskirts. The suburbs are especially prominent in that sense. There are gentle slopes and a hill that overlooks the ocean. The further up the hill you go, the fewer buildings there are, and there's even a foreigner's cemetery built along the hillside.
この上が教会よ。エミヤ君も一度ぐらいは行ったことがあるんじゃない？
いや、ない。あそこが孤児院だったってことぐらいは知ってるけど。
そう。な なら今日が初めてか。じゃあ少し気を引き締めた方がいいわ。あそこの神父は一筋縄じゃいかないから。
I look up and see a shadow that must be a building on top of the hill. The church atop the hill. I never imagined a circumstance like this is what would bring me to God's house. Yeah, Fate is honestly, it has such excellent world building that it's really easy to make up scenarios. You can honestly do a D&D scenario in the Fate world pretty easily. The church is magnificent. The whole hilltop seems to be church grounds, and I'm greeted by a huge open space the moment I reach the top of the hill. The church at the other side of the vast open space isn't all that big, but it seems to loom over everything, intimidating any visitors.
シロ、私はここに残ります。
なんでだよ。ここまで来たのに、セイバーだけ置いてけぼりなんてできないだろう。
私は教会に来たのではなく、シロを守るためについてきたのです。シロの目的地が教会であるのなら、これ以上遠くには行かないでしょう。ですから、ここで帰りを待つことにします。
Saber is frank in her response. I can't see her budging at this point, so I decide to respect her decision.
わかった。それじゃあ行ってくる。
はい。誰であろうと気を許さないように、マスター。
The chapel is large and majestic. It must see many visitors during the day based on the number of pews in the chapel. The priest must have incredible authority if he's responsible for a church as grand as this one.
どうさか、ここの神父さんっていうのはどんな人なんだ？
どんな人かって説明するのは難しいわね。10年来の知人だけど、私だって未だにあいつの性格はつかめないもの。
10年来の知人？それはまた随分と年季が入った関係だな。もしかして親戚か何かか？
親戚じゃないけど私の後見人よ。ついでに言うと兄弟子にして第二の師っていうところ。
兄弟子って魔術師としての兄弟子？
そうだけどなんで驚くのよそこで。
だって神父さんなんだろ？神父さんが魔術なんてそんなのご法度じゃないか。
Mages and churches have never mixed well. Mages belong to a large organization called the Mage Association, but there's also a hidden group operating in the shadow of the most widespread religion not one normal people would ever hear about or want to get involved with, known as the Holy Church. The two have nothing in common. They may have a sort of surface alliance, but they're constantly trying to kill each other, given half a chance. The church loathes heretics. They are out to eliminate anything inhuman in the world, including users of magecraft. In the church's eyes, only saints are permitted to perform miracles. All other human miracles are heresy. There are no exceptions, even for those within the church. The higher the position one is within the church, the more they are forbidden from the impurity of magecraft. It goes without saying that the more blessings someone receives from God, especially someone who is in charge of a church like this, the further the distance they should take from magecraft.
いや、そもそもここの神父さんってこっち側の人だったのか。
ええ、聖杯戦争の監督役を任されたやつだもの。バリッバリの大公社よ。まあ、最も神のご加護があるかどうかは疑問だけど。
Kosika's footsteps echo as she walks towards the altar. I'm not sure whether you're supposed to be walking around here without a priest, but it's pretty late. The priest wouldn't be in a chapel at this hour. I guess he'd be in his private room out back.
んで、その神父さんはなんて言うんだ？ さっきは琴峰とかなんとか言ってたけど。
名前は琴峰綺麗。父さんの教え子でね。もう10年以上顔を合わせてる腐れ縁よ。まあできれば知り合いたくなかったけど。
同感だ。私も死を敬わぬ弟子など持ちたくはなかった。
I wish I had his voice. I hear footsteps. A man slowly emerges from the far side of the altar. He must have noticed when we entered the chapel. Fuyuki. So Fuyuki is the city that Epperson takes in.
そう。一応魔術師だけど、中身は点で素人だから見てられなくって。確かマスターになった者はここに届けを出すのが決まりだったわよね。あんたたちが勝手に決めたルールだけど、今回は守ってあげる。
それは結構。なるほど。ではその少年には感謝しなくてはな。
I unconsciously step back. I'm not afraid, and I don't sense any hostility coming from this priest. But the way he carries himself, he just gives off this indescribable aura of intimidation.
私はこの教会を任されている琴峰綺麗というものだが、君の名は何というのかな？7人目のマスターよ。
I really wish I had his voice. Like, if I can talk as deep as him, that'd be kind of awesome. But I can't. Yeah, he's like he is well beyond me.
ヘミやシロ。けど、俺はまだマスターなんてものになった覚えはないからな。
I brace myself, glaring at the priest as to not buckle under that intimidating presence.
エミや、シロ。
That intimidating aura grows chilly. The priest smiles as if pleased. Just had to smoke 5 packs of cigarettes. That smile of his. I can't explain it, but it makes me...
礼を言う、エミヤ。よくリンを連れてきてくれた。君がいなければあれは最後までここには訪れなかったろう。
The priest makes his way to the altar. Tosaka, on the other hand, just looks bored as she moves away from the altar and comes to stand next to me.
では始めよう。エミヤシロ。君、
それは違う。
Oh shit, my bad.
確かに俺はセイバーと契約した。けど、マスターとか聖杯戦争とか、そんなことを言われても俺には点でわからない。マスターっていうのがちゃんとした魔術師がなるものなら、他にマスターを選び直した方がいい。
なるほど。これは重症だ。彼は本当に何も知らないのか、リン。
Hey Rin, is Shiro this much of a retard?
だから素人だって言ったじゃない。そのあたりからしつけてあげて。そういう追い込み得意でしょ、あんた。
Tosaka probably pawns me off to this priest, still looking bored.
ほう。これはそういうことか。よかろう。お前が私を頼ったのはこれが初めてだ。エミやシロには感謝をしてもしたりないな。
The more I hear them talk, the more uneasy I get.
まず君の勘違いを正そう。いいか、エミやシロ。マスターというものは他人に譲れるものではないし、なってしまった以上やめられるものでもない。その腕に霊樹を刻まれた者は たとえ何者であろうとマスターを辞めることはできん。まずはその事実を受け入れろ。
やめることはできないって、どうしてだよ。
霊視とは聖魂でもある。マスターとは与えられた試練だ。都合が悪いからといって放棄することはできん。その痛みからは聖杯を手に入れるまでは解放されない。
I mean, you kinda can quit, it's just a really bad idea.
お前がマスターを辞めたいというのであれば、聖杯を手に入れ、斧が望みを叶えるより他はあるまい。そうなれば何もかもが元通りだぞ、エミヤシロ。お前の望み、そのうちに溜まった泥を全てかき出すこともできる。そうだ、初めからやり直すこととて可能だろうよ。故に望むがいい。もしその時が来るのなら、君はマスターに選ばれた幸運に感謝するのだからな。その目に見えぬ火傷の跡を消したいのならば、
Nah, I would've want Morgan Freeman's voice. I feel faint. The priest's words don't make any sense. The more I listen, the more I'm confused. Yet his words permeate in my mind, staining me like blood.
キレ、回りくどい真似はしないで。私は彼にルールを説明してあげてって言ったのよ。誰も傷を開けなんて言ってない。
The voice interrupts the priest's words.
父さん。
My confused mind snaps back.
そうか。こういった手合いには何を言っても無駄だからな。せめて勘違いしたまま道徳を拭い去ってやろうと思ったのだが、情けは人のためならずとはよく言ったものだ。つい私自身も楽しんでしまったか。
Yeah, I love fucking with this kid. He's such an idiot.
何よ、彼を助けるといいことあるっていうの？あんたに。
あるとも。人を助けるということはいずれ自身を救うということだからな。と今さらお前に説いても始まるまい。では本題に戻ろうか、エミヤシロ。君が巻き込まれたこの戦いは聖杯戦争と呼ばれるものだ。7人のマスターが7人のサーバントを用いて繰り広げる争奪戦ということぐらいはリンから聞いているか？
聞いてる。7人のマスターで殺し合うっていうふざけた話だろ。
そうだ。だが我らとて好きでこのような
He's also really tall.
わけではない。全ては聖杯を得るにふさわしいものを選抜するための儀式だ。何しろ物が物だからな。所有者の選定にはいくつかの試練が必要だ。
The hell with trials. I bet this priest doesn't think of the Holy Grail as a trial at all.
待てよ。さっきから聖杯聖杯って繰り返してるけど、それって一体何なんだ？まさか本当にあの聖杯だって言うんじゃないだろうな。
Holy Grail. A goblet said to have received the blood of a saint. It is considered to be one of the greatest sacred relics of all time, and is said to perform a variety of miracles. One of the most widely held beliefs is that whoever holds the Holy Grail can possess the entire world. But that seems kind of unlikely since the Holy Grail itself probably doesn't even exist. Stories about Holy Grail can grant any wish appear, and numerous myths and legends around the world. That's about it. There's no way he's 5'7". A mythical power that none claim has ever actually existed or even replicated. That is the Holy Grail.
どうなんだ、琴峰綺麗。 あんたの言う聖杯は本当に聖杯なのか？
もちろんだとも。この町に現れる聖杯は本物だ。その証拠の一つとしてサーバントなどという法外な奇跡が起きているだろう。過去の英霊を呼び出し刺激する。いいな。すでに死者の蘇生に近いこの奇跡は魔法と言える。これだけの力を持つ聖杯ならば持ち主に無限の力を与えよう。物の心眼などその事実の前には無価値だ。
I wanted to say that he was at least 6 feet. At this age anyways. But yeah, that's weird. So what he's saying is that as long as the object possesses power that surpasses the real thing, it doesn't matter whether it's real or fake.
いいぜ。仮に聖杯があるとする。けど、ならなんだって。
But that means I'd be taller than him by a little bit. But even I'd be taller than him.
殺し合うことなんてない。それだけすごいものなら。
Maybe he's tall by Asian standards? I don't know.
もっともな意見だが、そんな自由は我々にはない。聖杯を手にする者はただ一人。
But even in this VN, he looks really tall.
それは私たち
Yeah,
が
I'm
決め
5'8".
たのではなく、聖杯自体が決めたことだ。7人のマスターを選ぶのも、7人のサーバントを呼び出すのも、すべては聖杯自体が行うこと。これは儀式だと言っただろう。聖杯は自らを持つにふさわしい人間を選び、彼らを競わせてただ一人の持ち主を選定する。それが聖杯戦争。聖杯に選ばれ手に入れるために殺し合う恒例儀式というわけだ。
The short king. He's so matter of fact about it all. Tofu yet? No, not even close. I have no response, so I just stare at my left hand. There's an inscription on my hand, a mark these two call a command spell. As long as I have this mark, I'm told I can't quit being a master.
納得いかないな。一人だけしか選ばれないにしたって、他のマスターを殺すしかないっていうのは気に食わない。
ちょっと待って。殺すしかないっていうのは
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
別にマスターを殺す必要はないんだから。
the tofu scene is actually in Heaven's Field, I want to say.
はあ？だって殺し合いだって言ったじゃないか。琴峰もそう言ってたぞ。
殺し合いだ。
綺麗は黙ってて。あのね、この町に伝わる聖杯っていうのは霊体なの。だから物としてあるわけじゃなくて、特別な儀式で呼び出す。つまり降霊するしかないってわけで、呼び出すことは私たち魔術師だけでもできるんだけど、これが霊体である以上私たちには触れられない。この意味わかる？
わかる。霊体には霊体しか触れられないんだろ。ああ、だからサーバントが必要なのか。
そういうこと。ぶっちゃけた話、聖杯戦争っていうのは自分のサーバント以外のサーバントを撤去させるってことよ。だからマスターを殺さなければならないという決まりはないの。
Why didn't they tell me that earlier? Honestly, Tosaka and that priest both are pretty wicked. That's a relief. It means Tosaka won't have to die, even if I do join the Holy Grail War.
なるほど。そういう考えもできるか。ではエミヤシロ、一つ尋ねるが、君は自分のサーバントを倒せると思うか？
Who? Beat Saber? Of course not. Besides, Magecraft is useless against her, and she's insanely strong with her sword.
ではもう一つ尋ねよう。つまらぬ問いだが、君は自分がサーバントより優れていると思えるか？
What? Why the hell is he asking me this? I can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'm better than her. My answer to both those questions is that I'm weaker than my servants.
そういうことだ。サーバントはサーバントをもってしても破りがたい。ならばどうするか。そら、実に単純な話だろう。サーバントはマスターがいなければ存在できぬ。いかにサーバントが強力であろうと、マスターが潰されれば、そのサーバントも消滅する。ならば。
Now I get it. Nobody would make things harder for themselves. If someone wanted to make sure they won, killing the master would be the much easier path.
ああ、サーバントを消すためにはマスターを倒した方が早いってのは分かった。けどそれじゃ逆にサーバントが先にやられたらマスターはマスターでなくなるのか。聖杯に触れられるのはサーバントだけなんだろう。ならサーバントを失ったマスターには価値がない。
いや、霊樹がある限りマスターの権利は残る。マスターとはサーバントと契約できる魔術師のことだ。霊樹があるうちはいくらでもサーバントと契約できる。マスターを失ったサーバントはすぐに消えるわけではない。彼らは体内の魔力が尽きるまでは現世にとどまれる。そういったマスターを失ったサーバントがいれば、サーバントを失ったマスターとて再契約が可能となる。戦線復帰ができるというわけだ。
Yeah, so basically you can catch servers like Pokemon.
だからこそ、マスターはマスターを殺すのだ。下手に生かしておけば、新たな障害になる可能性があるからな。
じゃあ霊樹を使い切ったら、そうすれば他のサーバントと契約できないし、自由になったサーバントも他のマスターとくっつくだろ
待って、それは。
それはその通りだ。霊樹さえ使い切ってしまえば、マスターの責務からは解放されるな。もっとも強力な魔術を行える霊樹を無駄に使うなどという魔術師がいるとは思えないが、いたとしたらそいつは半人前どころかただのふぬけということだろう。
The priest laughs as if he can see right through me. This is starting to get to me. The priest's tone is provoking.
納得がいったか。ならばルールの説明はここまでだ。
So basically, Kirei said, "So yeah, now you know how to quit, but then you would have no balls." Do you have no balls, Shiro? Do you? Do you have no balls?
さて、それでは初めに戻ろう、エミヤシロ。君はマスターになったつもりはないと言ったが、それは今でも同じなのか。マスターを放棄するというのならそれもよかろう。君が今考えた通り、霊樹を使い切ってセーバーとの契約を立てばよい。その場合、聖杯戦争が終わるまで君の安全は私が保証する。
ちょっと待った。なんだってあんたに安全を保証されなくちゃいけないんだ。自分の身ぐらい自分で守る。
私とてお前に構うほど暇ではない。だがこれも決まりでな。私は繰り返される聖杯戦争を監督するために派遣された。故に聖杯戦争による犠牲は最小限にとどめなくてはならないのだ。 マスターで亡くなった魔術師を保護するのは監督役として最優先事項なのだよ。
繰り返される聖杯戦争。
Hold on a minute. It repeats? Does that mean a battle like this has happened before?
それどういうことだよ。聖杯戦争っていうのは今に始まったことじゃないのか。
無論だ。でなければ監督役などというものが派遣されると思うか。この教会は聖遺物を回収する任を帯びる特務局の末端でな。本来は聖十字の調査回収を旨とするが、ここでは聖杯の査定の任を帯びている。極東の地に観測された第726聖杯を調査し、これが正しいものであるのなら回収し、そうでなければ否定しろとな。
726って聖杯ってのはそんなにたくさんあるのか。
I forgot this detail.
さあ、少なくともらしきものならばそれだけの数があったということだろう。そしてその中の一つがこの町で観測される聖杯であり、聖杯戦争。記録では200年ほど前が一度目の戦いになっている。以後約50年周期でマスターたちの戦いは繰り返されている。聖杯戦争はこれで5度目。前回が10年前であるから今までで最短のサイクルということになるが。
正気かお前ら。こんなことを今まで4度も続けてき
I
た。
don't grab my food.
まったく同感だ。お前の言う通り、連中はこんなことを何度も繰り返してきたのだよ。そう。過去繰り返された聖杯戦争はことごとく苛烈を極めてきた。マスターたちは斧が欲望に突き動かされ、魔術師としての教えを忘れ、ただ無差別に殺し合いを行った。君も知っていると思うが、魔術師にとって魔術を一般社会で使用することは第一の罪悪だ。魔術師は斧が正体を人々に知られてはならない。
There's so much chatter that I can actually eat, I think.
だが過去のマスターたちはそれを破った。魔術協会は彼らを戒めるために監督役を派遣したが、それが間に合ったのは3度目の聖杯戦争でな。その時に派遣されたのが私の父というわけだが、納得がいったか少年。
ああ、監督役が必要な理由は分かった。けど今の話からすると、この聖杯戦争っていうのはとんでもなくタチが悪いものなんじゃないのか。
Me and a sub.
ほう、タチが悪いとはどのあたりだ。
だって以前のマスターたちは魔術師のルールを破るような奴らだったんだろ。なら仮に聖杯があるとして、最後まで勝ち残った奴が聖杯を私利私欲で使うような奴だったらどうする。平気で人を殺すような奴にそんなものが渡ったらまず
Hey,
いだ
I was requested to not yap while they actually talk, so
魔術
I'm
師
using
を
it to my
監視するのが
advantage.
教会の仕事ならあんたはそういう奴を罰するべきじゃないのか。
It's kind of like Honkai Star Rail Yap Fest, but a good story. Pretty much, yeah. Also, it's a visual novel. This is pretty standard. Well, standard for back then. I think nowadays they try to cut down on the dialogue as much as they can, and then put in much more visual scenes. I'm hoping to finally confuse him with this question, whereas I figure Kotsumine just laughs condescendingly.
まさか私利私欲で動かぬ魔術師などおるまい。我々が管理するのは聖杯戦争の決まりだけだ。その後のことなど知らん。どのような人格が聖杯を手に入れようが教会は関与しない。
そんなバカな。じゃあ聖杯を手に入れたマスターが最悪なやつだったらどうするんだよ。
困るな。だが私たちではどうしようもない。持ち主を選ぶのは聖杯だ。そして聖杯に選ばれたマスターを止める力など私たちにはない。何しろ望みを叶える杯だ。手に入れたものはやりたい放題だろうさ。しかしそれが嫌だというのならお前が勝ち残ればいい。他人を当てにするよりはその方が何よりも確実だろう。
Kotsumine is clearly trying to suppress his laughter. It's like he's enjoying watching my awkward resistance to becoming a master.
どうした少年。今のはいいアイデアだと思うのだが、参考にする気はないのかな。
そんなの余計なお世話だ。第一、俺には戦う理由がない。聖杯なんてものに興味はないし、マスターなんて言われても実感が湧かない。
ほう。では聖杯を手に入れた人間が何をするか、それによって災厄が起きたとしても興味はないのだな。
それは。
I fucking hated Sunday's dialogue. I think that was a 2.2 or 2.3, I can't remember. But that whole part with Sunday was fucking garbage. It was really bad, I hated it. I can't argue. Damn, this guy is so hard to deal with. He doesn't even care about my feelings, and he is relentless with the information he pushes onto me.
理由がないのならそれも結構。ならば10年前の出来事にもお前は関心を持たないのだな。
10年前。
そうだ。前回の聖杯戦争の最後にな。ふさわしくないマスターが聖杯に触れた。そのマスターが何を望んでいたかは知らん。我々にわかるのはその時に残された災害の爪痕だけだ。
You better not. You better not. For a second, the image of that hell flashes before my eyes.
待ってくれ。まさかそれは。
そうだ。この町に住む者なら誰もが知っている出来事だよ。エミヤ四郎。死傷者500名。焼け落ちた建物は実に134棟。未だもって原因不明とされるあの火災こそが聖杯戦争による爪痕だ。
I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose focus and I can't concentrate. My leg is about to buckle. Before that can happen, I plant my feet. I grit my teeth to maintain my composure. Raw, seething anger is the only thing holding my nausea at bay.
エミヤ君、どうしたのよ。いきなり顔面真っ白にしちゃって。そりゃあんまり気持ちのいい話じゃなかったけど、ほら、 なんなら少し休んだりする？
I must have really looked pale. I know it's rare for someone like Tosuka to be concerned about the likes of me.
心配無用だ。遠坂の変な顔を見たら治った。
So you know that I do read visual novels like this. So I'm okay with long dialogue, even in the games like Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves and Genshin Impact and whatever. But if the dialogue is boring as fuck, it is the most painful thing in the world. And his dialogue was boring as fuck.
ちょっと、それどういう意味よ？
いや、タイはないんだ。言葉通りの意味だから気にするな。
ならいいけど、余計に悪いじゃない、このド変僕。
The school's honor student, Ren Tosuka, smacks him upside the head. Oh no! FSN stuff is very good. We're talking about Sunday. Not FFSN. When I first did FFSN, even a slow start wasn't painful for me at all. The prologue was kind of like the prologue with Ren. It was kind of eh. But once you swapped to Shiro, it was smooth for me. I was never bored. I actually like the Fate route. Like, it's my second favorite, actually. I like it more than Ultimate Blade Works. And just like that, my nausea and anger disappear.
Thank you. 本当に助かったから、あんまりいじめないでくれ、遠坂。今はもう少し聞かなくちゃいけないことがある。
Something in her expression suggests she thinks she hasn't hit me enough, but just let me continue anyway.
ほう、まだ質問があるのか。いいぞ。言いたいことは全て言ってしまえ。
I'm sure he knows exactly what I want to ask, but he urges me on anyway. Fine by me. I'm not letting him get the better of me.
じゃあ聞く。あんた、聖杯戦争は今回が5回目だって言ったな。なら、今まで聖杯を手に入れた奴はいるのか？
当然だろう。そう毎回全滅などという決めは起き。
じゃあ
早まるな。手に入れるだけならば簡単だ。何しろ聖杯自体はこの教会で管理している。手に取るだけならば私は毎日触れているぞ。
Wait, the Holy Grail is here in the church?
もっともそれは器だけだ。中身が空なのだよ。先ほどリンが言っただろう。聖杯とは霊体だと。この教会に保管してあるのは極めて精巧に作られた聖杯のレプリカだ。これを触媒にして本物の聖杯を降霊させ、願いを叶える杯にする。そうだな。マスターとサーバントの関係に近いか。なあ、そうやって一時的に本物となった聖杯を手にした男は確かにいた。
Honestly, when he says that he touched the Holy Grail every day, that can be a sexual innuendo.
じゃあ聖杯は本物だったのか？いや、手にしたっていうそいつは一体どうなったんだ？
どうにもならん。その聖杯は完成には至らなかった。バカな男がつまらぬ干渉に流された結果だよ。
What? I don't know what happened to his overbearing attitude for a moment before. I don't know what happened to his overbearing attitude for a moment before, but the priest suddenly looks, of all things, regretful.
どういうことだ？聖杯は現れたんじゃないのか？
聖杯を表すだけならば簡単だ。7人のサーバントが揃い、時間が経てば聖杯は現れる。リンの言う通り、確かに他のマスターを殺める必要などないのだ。だがそれでは聖杯は完成しない。あれは自らを得るにふさわしい持ち主を選ぶ。故に戦いを回避した男には聖杯など手に入らなかった。
あ、要するに他のマスターと決着をつけずに聖杯を手に入れても無意味ってことでしょ。前回一番初めに聖杯を手に入れたマスターはアマちゃんだったのよ。敵のマスターとは戦いたくないなんて言って聖杯から逃げたんだから。
Kosaka almost spits the words, then goes back to averting her eyes from Kotahime.
嘘。
Does it mean Kotamine was one of the masters from the previous war? Even though he obtained a holy grail, he dropped out because he refused to fight?
琴峰。あんた戦わなかったのか？
途中まで戦いはした。だが判断を間違えた。結果として私は空の聖杯を手にしただけだ。もっとも私ではそれが限界だったろう。何しろ他のマスターたちはどいつもこいつも化け物揃いだったからな。私は真っ先にサーバントを失い、そのまま父に保護されたよ。思えば監督役の息子がマスターに選ばれるなど、その時点であってはならぬことだったのだ。父はその折に亡くなった。以後私は監督役を引き継ぎ、この教会で聖杯を守っている。
Kotamine turns his back to me as he speaks. There is reverence in his voice, and I see devotion in his eyes before he turns.
話はここまでだ。聖杯を手にする資格がある者はサーバントを従えたマスターのみ。君たち7人が最後の一人となった時、その戦い、聖杯戦争に参加するかの意思をここで決めよう。
The priest looks straight down at me, demanding my final decision. I'm at a loss of words. Earlier, I had no reason to fight. Now I have reason and the will to fight. But can I truly say as much?
まだ迷っているのか。いいか。マスターというものはなろうとしてなれるものではない。そこにいるリンは長く魔術師として修練してきたが、だからといってマスターになるのが決定されていたわけではない。
Last Holy Grail vibe.
決定されていたものがあるとすれば、それは心構えができていたかいないかだけだろう。マスターに選ばれるのは魔術師だけだ。魔術師ならばとうに覚悟などできていよう。それがないというのならば仕方があるまい。お前もお前を育てた死も出来損ないだ。そんな魔術師に戦われても迷惑だからな。今ここで霊樹を消してしまえ。
He doesn't need to ask anything else. Alright, your choices. Go for it. I'm not sure what that means, Trigger. Two. Right. Anyone else? That's the point. You don't know which one is better. Right. Nixon says two. Dylan says two. I want to see if there's any opposition. But this is a big one. Just saying. One. Okay, I got one. Oh, I know the reference. I just don't know if that's an answer or not. That's what I mean. So we got two twos and one. It's kind of funny. But let's see. Anyone else? I'll give it until I give it 1 minute. One more minute for people to jump in. Like I said, this is a big one. Okay, we got a tie. So we need a deal breaker. Does anyone want a deal break? Toss a coin. Flip a coin with no tiebreaker. Would $2 be enough to sway the vote? No, you can't bribe me. Also, I wouldn't want that to be a habit. We're gonna keep this moral and ethical. Okay. Time is up. So let's see. I guess do I even have a coin? Got a dollar bill. I got a coin in the front room. Hold on. I got a coin there for sure. Okay. So heads is 1. Tails is 2. Oh, the coin's gone. Find it. No, I said heads is 1, tails is 2. So I'm gonna do that again. Here we go. And it landed on. Looks like it's heads. Land on heads. So that means one wins, which is destroy the seal. So that's what we're picking. Ones can give a clap. That's rigged. No, it's not rigged. I even did 2 flips to make sure it was fair. Democracy failed. I can't go along with this. A gruesome battle to the death is wrong.
どうした？戦うか戦わないのか。ここで明言しろ、エミヤシロ。
Yeah, he doesn't need to ask anymore.
戦わない。マスターの権利とやらをここで捨てる。
I look right into the priest's eyes as I answer.
そうか。残念ではあるが、マスター本人の意思では仕方がない。エミヤシロはマスターである権利を放棄し、聖杯戦争から離脱した。それでいいな、リン。
Why would the priest ask Tosaka, not me?
構わないわ。それがエミヤ君の選択なら、私がどうこう言えることじゃないでしょう。
その罪悪感だけでも収穫だったとするか。では早速取り掛かろう。エミヤシロ。左腕を出したまえ。
いいけど、何をする気だよ、あんた。
なに、すぐに終わる。お前の左腕に宿った霊樹を消去するだけだ。マスターをマスターたらしめている要因は2つある。1つはサーバントとの契約であり、1つは腕に宿った霊樹だ。この2つを失えば、お前は聖杯戦争から解放される。
The priest takes my left arm.
痛むぞ。できるだけ力を抜け。
His fingers plunge into my arm. 5 fingers dig mercilessly inside my arm. My entire body jerks from the pain. I hear the sound of tearing flesh. This was not my mind playing tricks. Even if it was some sort of illusion, I can feel my arm being torn apart. My arm is unscathed, though. But somehow the priest's fingers are digging and tearing into my arm. It's as if his fingers became intangible and moved through my flesh.
完了だ。手術は無事終了した。
I look at my left arm. There's not a single wound, yet I feel a bruising pain throbbing along my whole arm. In exchange for that unpleasant feeling, the inscription on my hand changed shape.
形が変わってる。いや、数が減ってるのか。
ええ。霊樹の数は3つ。キレイはそのうち2つをあなたから摘出したのよ。体を傷つけずに幹部を取り除く霊媒師みたいにね。
So his arm is still there, by the way.
霊媒師。
If I remember correctly, there's specialized mages that can treat someone by repairing the spiritual body. And I hear they perform magecraft that uses a type of curse by removing tumors without cutting the patient up, like magic.
驚いたな。霊媒治療ってのは未開の地で使われる技法だろう。教会の人間が身につけていいものじゃない。
そういうな。何らかの魔術を得得している時点で神父としては失格なのだ。 ならばどのような魔術を好もうと神父失格であることは変わるまい。魔術の起戦など気にするな。今のは私の唯一の取り柄でな。いろいろと魔術を習ったが性にあったのはこれだけだった。私の魔術特性は良くも悪くも傷を開くことに特化している。おかげで他の魔術の腕はそこの弟子にさえ遅れを取る始末だよ。
良くも悪くもっていいに決まってるじゃない。綺麗ほどの霊媒師は教会にも少ないし、教会の秘跡使いだってあなたほど霊体を作れる人はごく一部なんだから。
さてな、いかに優れた治療法といえ、霊媒は肉体に依存する接触治療に過ぎない。肉体に依存しない存在証明である魂そのものに触れられる奇跡には程遠いが、ともかく霊樹の摘出は完了した。後の始末は君の役割だ、エミヤ・シロ。最後に残った霊樹を用いサーバントとの契約を断つがいい。
サーバントとの契約を断つ。
ええ、外で待ってるセーバーの前で契約破棄を申し出るの。けどきっとセーバーは契約破棄なんて認めてくれない。それを力ずくで執行するために霊樹を一つだけ残したのよ、キレイは。
そういうことだ。霊樹を使い切り、かつサーバントとの契約を断って自分が無害であることを他のマスターに提示する。それで君は晴れて自由の身だ。正常なマスターならば無力化したマスターを襲おうとは考えまい。君は偶然手に入れた力を手放すことで素晴らしい平穏を取り戻せるというわけだ。
Unilaterally dissolving my contract with Saber. I'm basically betraying her. Even if it was by chance, I summoned her and she protected me. Did I make a mistake? I can't agree to let myself be part of something where masters try to kill each other. I don't agree, but what if I can't turn a blind eye to it either?
何をしている？霊樹の発動に呪文はいらん。霊樹に意識を乗せてサーバントに命令すればいいだけだ。セイバーに直接言いつけるか、ここで一方的に契約を断つか、好きな方を選べ。
No, my mind is made up. I can't turn back now, and the priest probably wouldn't let me.
セイバーと話をつけてくる。それで俺はマスターじゃなくなるんだな。
セイバーに直接ってヘミヤ君、それは。
ああ、保証しよう。オノがサーバントに別れを告げてくるがいい。その後
It's not our fault, it's the
君を保護対象
Clay.
として教会に迎え入れよう。
I'm not sure how serious he is, but the priest says he'll welcome me. I have no intention of being under his care, though. All I'm going to do is to forfeit my claim as a master. I absolutely refuse to receive any help from after that.
それもお断りだ。あんたの世話にはならない。セイバーと話をつけて霊樹を使い切ったら家に帰る。それで終わりだ。あんたとは二度と会わない。
そうか。なるほど。それはそうだろうな。確かに私たちは二度とは会わない。さようなら、エミヤ・シロ。自ら選んだ道だ。胸を張って進みたまえ。
Ren is so sad. He doesn't need to tell me that. I turn and leave the church. I step outside the church. She's there, waiting in a stone-paved square, beneath the clear sky.
話は済みましたか、マスター。
ああ、聖杯戦争がどんなものか確かめてきた。その上で決めたんだ、セイバー。俺はマスターを降りる。
Saber's expression doesn't change. Those green eyes regard me knowingly, as if my decision was the most natural thing in the world.
それは私との契約を取りやめるということですか。
そうだ。俺にはマスターは務まらない。それにセイバーだって俺みたいな半人前よりまっとうなマスターと契約した方がいいだろう。
はい。戦闘面での充実を図るのならあなた以外の魔術師と契約するべきでしょう。アーチャーのマスターなら私の能力を完全に引き出せる。
そうか。ならここで契約を切ってもいいな。レイジは契約解除に使うから、それでセイバーは自由だ。
シロ、一度だけ聞きます。マスターを降りるという意思は変わりませんか。
変わらない。俺は殺し合いをする気はない。
I say that as I look straight at Saber. At that moment, Saber's raincoat sways. I stare, dumbfounded, directly into death itself. In a brief moment, I blink. Saber has closed the distance between us. She sweeps my legs from beneath me. I slam hard into the ground. Pain spikes through my legs after a brief delay. There's no blood, my legs are still intact. It's a relief I still have legs. Thankfully, she only struck my legs with a metal rod. My bones are cracked and my leg hurts like it's been shattered into 1,000 pieces, but it's better than having both my legs cut off.
シロ、マスターで亡くなった魔術師はそのサーバントに殺される。いかに未熟だろうと私を呼び寄せたあなたには私をこの世に留める力がある。サーバントにはマスターが必要だ。あなたが契約を断つのなら私はあなたを殺してその体をもらい受ける。それでもあなたはマスターを降りると。
I tried to ignore the pain and focus my concentration into looking up at Saber. I sensed no hostility or murderous intent from Saber. As natural as breathing, Saber will kill me without remorse or regret simply to remain in the world. Even so,
そうだ。仮に今から考えを改めたところで俺にはできない。レイジュが残り一つだからじゃない。俺は戦いを拒絶した。一度でもマスターであることを否定したんだ。そんな奴をマスターにしたところで待っているのは敗北だけだ。
I was defeated. If I refuse to fight once, so I'll certainly do the same second time. Every time I find myself in that position, I'll regret fighting. Me being a master would put not only me, but also Saber in jeopardy.
では、ここで私に殺されても構わないのですね。私は霊体にはなれない。あなたの魂を取り込めない以上、あなたは肉体の痛みを持って死を迎える。
まさか戦うのはごめんだが殺されるのはもっとごめんだ。ダメでもともと最後まで抵抗して逃げ切ってやる。
I psych myself up and glare back at Saber, refusing to let her overwhelm me. And then,
セイバ
いいでしょう。レイジを使いなさい、シロ。あなたの決断だ。私が口を挟む権利はない。
they're really good designs, even though they are a bit on the older side.
気にすることはありません。私は今回のマスターとも信頼を築けなかっただけだ。あなたがレイジで契約を立てば私は自由になる。この体を保てるのは2時間程度でしょうが、 その間に新しいマスターを見つけるだけです。
They relays this all out matter-of-factly, inspired by her resolve. Concentrate my thoughts on the command spell on my left hand to break my contract with Saber.
これであなたは自由だ。わずかな間の共闘でしたが、あなたの魔力は好ましかった。再び会うことはないでしょうが、無事この戦いを切り抜けられるよう祈りましょう。
The silver armor moves away. I realized I had the urge to call out to her, but I smothered it before I embarrassed myself. I have no right to call out to her. She didn't blame me for arbitrarily serving our contract, and was concerned for my safety until the very end. And since I pushed her hand away and stepped down from the Holy Grail War, I'm in no position to call out to her. The moonlit night is silent. It may be past midnight, but the town seems excessively silent. It's eerie, honestly. Eerie, yes. That does seem to describe the mood.
いつからこんな様子になっちまったのかな。
It's obvious. It's the Holy Grail War. The 6 mages in town engaging in secret battles are the ones sucking the life from the town. My chest hurts. My chest, where Lancer stabbed me hours ago, aches.
今さ、教会に戻って何になる。
I try to fight down the pain in my chest as I walk home. I'll think about what I should do once I get home. Once I get home, I can take a bath and clear my head. Yes, that'll help me calm down. And yet, I'll think about what I should do once I get home. That thought in of itself was a mistake. Like a bad dream, I see that there's no path ahead.
なんだ、一人になっちゃったんだね、お兄ちゃん。
I raise my head towards the sound of a girl speaking in a hushed voice. The blue moon hangs overhead. Standing at the top of a hill leads back to my house. I see a girl in a strange figure. And then, I'm not sure. There is no time to see them, no moment to exchange words, or even a chance for me to run away. The strange figure, a dark giant, swings his weapon. The blow creates such overpressure that it takes... Oh, I forgot about that. Flies. It flies off. What flies? From the base? The hill behind me is stained red. Wet as if a rainstorm just passed by, but the ruined, torn part of my body remains pink. Blood slowly oozes out, agony and terror creep over me.
バーサーカー、追いかけっこの気分じゃないから、ぺしゃんこにしてあげなさい。
I tumble. I'm kneeling forward, but my knees are bent in the wrong direction. They're bent forward. My legs are bent at right angles where my knees used to be. My mind can't keep up. The mind-searing agony makes it impossible to keep up with what's happening. Berserker. I'm sure I heard that. Which means the monster in front of me.
行儀いいんだね、お兄ちゃん。知ってるよ。それって解釈って言うんでしょ。おじいさまは言ってたわ。日本人はお行儀よく正座して死ぬ人たちなんだって。
Consciousness begins to fade. The girl's innocent voice seems out of place in this situation. I look up. I can't breathe. Part of my chest is simply missing, leaving a gaping hole right through me. I fall backward into the ground. Both of my legs are folded like caterpillar treads. They're broken and won't move. I use my one working arm to grasp at the asphalt and drag myself away.
お、まだ動けるんだ。けど残念ね。あなたはもう逃げられない。逃げたところで意味なんてないわ。だってここで私から逃げられたとしても、その体はあと数秒で死んじゃうもの。
My body feels light. I lost over half my blood. It's astonishing I'm still conscious. My brain is starved for oxygen and it should have stopped functioning long ago.
けど安心して。そんな簡単に死なれたらつまらないでしょ。だから私がちょっとだけ手を貸してあげました。お兄ちゃんはどんなに痛くても壊れても頭を潰すまでは意識がちゃんと残ってるの。だからこんなことをしてもまだ生き物としてのたうち回れるわ。
I feel myself being crushed. Whatever that weapon is, it crushes me like a hydraulic press. It flattens my entire body like a sheet of paper. I can't die. The only blood I have left is in my head. My body has ceased to function and my nerves have already accepted death, waiting to be relieved from the pain, yet somehow I cling to consciousness. My throat whistles. The sound echoes in my head. My mind is a muddled mess. I just want to escape this pain. I appeal to the girl as if begging for help. A moment of hope. The girl gasps as if surprised.
だから何？
She smiles like an angel as she says that. All rationality abandons me. I'm not going to get away from this. I feel then, down to my soul, that I'm going to die here.
私でも抱き上げられるくらいになったかな。それじゃあお兄ちゃん、私のお城に招待してあげる。お城に帰ればいっぱい道具があるから、そこでゆっくりと続きをしよう。
No matter how much I'm hurt, my consciousness just won't die. And because it doesn't die, I numb my psyche. I don't know how much longer my head is going to remain intact, but I've already lost all hope. I'm really glad that one won because that is actually my favorite bad end. I was really hoping that one would win. I won't lie. Just the idea of your body getting utterly destroyed except for his head, and then she just carries his head back home. No, it wasn't rigged. I promise it wasn't rigged. But I was really hoping that one would win. Does she keep the head alive for a while? It's implied that she keeps it alive forever. And he's just a head. Here we are.
みんな元気にしてるかな。ゲームは1日1時間。サクッと死亡した君に体罰直撃。悩みを即時解決するお助けコーナー、タイガー道場です。さて早速だが、本編の雰囲気ぶち壊しのこのコーナーの趣旨を問いたいと思う。答えよ弟子1号。
この道場はニブチンでバカチンなシロを救う舞台裏で、言うなればフェイトを支える大黒柱であります。いわばフェイト本編そのものと言っても過言ではないのではないでしょうか。
ベラスベラボー、おーベラボー。はい、よくできました。
Ahead of the
みんなもセン
game.
ス感づいてると思うけど
Ah, that's
この道場は
that's so bad.
フェイトの肝なのよ。みんな本編でおっきな顔してる偽ヒロインたちに騙されないよう、少しでも危なげな選択肢が出てきたら迷わずそっちを選んでね。さて今回のシロはあっちゃー、ぺっちゃんこで小さくなっちゃったか。こんなことするのはよっぽど残酷な人でなしなんだろうな。そこんとこどうなのよ弟子。
問題ありません。これは愛情の裏返しによるキュートでポップなジェノサイドなのだ。
不許可。
いたたたた、間違えました。これは二つながらないお兄ちゃんがあるヒロインの
For most normal people, so to be honest, Shiro's biggest issue wasn't actually getting rid of his command seals. It was refusing to be in the church for the rest of the fight. That's actually the wrong thing to do.
その通り。いわば指導不覚悟。背中を見せたら切腹よ。今後このような後ろ向きな選択はじゃんじゃん選びなさい。死ねるから。でもまあここは名目上 Q&A コーナーなので、一応悩みに答えておきましょう。弟子1号、今回の対策は？
選択肢に戻って違う方を選べばいいのであります。
はい、よくできました。今回のような突発詞は至る所に仕掛けられてるから、選択肢でのセーブは基本よ。
Is this an anime universe where the church isn't the bad guy? It's best to say that there's a lot of shades of gray.
それじゃあ今回はここまで。次の稽古で君を待つ。
またね。
Oh yeah, this wasn't in the older games where you could just immediately go back to decision point. Okay. That's actually pretty nice. Well, obviously, this is the right answer. I'm not going to run away. To be honest, all this Holy Grail war and master stuff doesn't feel real to me. But if my only choices are to fight or run, I'll never run away. Even the priest told me that I should be prepared if I'm a mage. That's why I need to decide. Shiro Emiya is a mage, even if not yet a full-fledged one. I've always admired Kurisugu Emiya, and I decided to follow in his footsteps to be a champion of justice, so I just need to...
マスターとして戦う。10年前の火事の原因が聖杯戦争だって言うんなら、俺はあんな出来事を2度も起こさせるわけにはいかない。
The priest gives me a satisfied smile, as if he likes my answer. I take a deep breath. I'm done wavering. A man has said he's going to fight. The only thing to do from now on is to move forward, head held high and on his body, so I can live up to that.
それでは君をセーバーのマスターと認めよう。この瞬間に今回の聖杯戦争は受理された。これよりマスターが残り一人になるまでこの町における魔術戦を許可する。各々が自身の誇りに従い存分に競い合え。
The priest's voice echoes heavily through the chapel. The declaration is utterly meaningless. Only Tosaka and I are here to hear it anyway. He just rang a metaphorical bell to kick things off as a formality, I guess.
決まりね。それじゃあ帰るけど、私も一つぐらい質問していい？キレ。
構わんよ。これが最後かもしれんのだ。大抵の疑問には答えよ。
それじゃあ遠慮なく。キレ、あんた見届け役なんだから、他のマスターの情報ぐらいは知ってるんでしょ？こっちは教会のルールに従ってあげたんだから、それぐらい教えなさい。
それは困ったな。教えてやりたいのは山々だが、私も詳しくは知らんのだ。
I have not watched that.
エミやシローも含め、今回は正規の魔術師が少ない。私が知りうるマスターは2人だけだ。エミやシローを加えれば3人か。
あ、そう。なら呼び出された順番ならわかるでしょ。仮にも監視役なんだから。
うん。1番手はバーサーカー、2番手はキャスターだな。あとはそう大差はない。先日にアーチャー、そして数時間前にセイバーが呼び出された。
そう。それじゃあこれで。
正式に聖杯戦争が開始されたということだ。リン、聖杯戦争が終わるまでこの教会に足を運ぶことは許されない。許されるとしたらそれは
Is it safe? Is the question?
自分のサーバントを失って保護を願う場合のみでしょ。それ以外にあんたを頼ったら減点ってことね。
そうだ。おそらく君が勝者になるだろうが、減点がついては教会が黙っていない。連中はつまらない論議の末、君から聖杯を奪い取るだろう。私としては最悪の展開だ。
エセ神父、教会の人間が魔術協会の肩を持つのね。
私は神に仕える身だ。教
Oh,
会
hell
に仕
no.
えているわけではない。
よく言うわ。だからエセなのよ、あんたは。
Lusaka turns her back on the priest. Without saying goodbye, she makes her way towards the exit.
おい、そんなんでいいのか、遠坂。あいつお前の兄弟子なんだろ。なら
Didn't she have a little more to say than that?
いいわよ、そんなの。むしろ縁が切れてせいせいす
I
る
was
ぐら
like,
いだも
yo,
の。
what?
そんなことより、あなたも外に出なさい。もうこの教会に
That gives
用はない
a good
から
enough image to see what's going on with that one. Oh, isn't a VN or what? I sigh and follow Tosaka. But then I sense something and turn around. I don't know when he caught up, but the priest is right behind me, looking down at me.
なんだよ。まだなんかあるっていうのか。
Oh, it's an anime. Okay. I'm talking big, but I take a step back. This priest scares the hell out of me. I don't know what it is. Maybe he just rubs me the wrong way. Whatever it is, I can't make myself like him.
話がないなら帰るからな。
I head to the exit, trying to escape his stare. But at that moment,
喜べ少年。君の願いはようやく叶う。
oh, the anime is recent. Okay. Those words. Aren't they a reflection of my true feelings? Shiro Emiya's true intentions that I wasn't even aware of?
何をいきなり。
分かっていたはずだ。明確な悪がいなければ君の望みは叶わない。たとえそれが君にとって容認し得ぬものであろうと、正義の味方には倒すべき悪が必要だ。
Everything around me seems to go dark. The priest says, Shiro Emiya's greatest wish and his ugliest wish are two sides of the same coin. That's right. My wish is to protect something. Which means that I am also wishing for something to protect people from.
お前
I see we died, yes. But I would never wish for something like that. To be fair, it was a 50-50 shot. I don't even remember ever desiring that. A wish so unstable. It wasn't rigged, I promise. Just means that what I'm aspiring to is contradictory. Technically, yeah, he didn't die. Yet the priest brings it up, as if to say, good thing you have an enemy now.
何？取り繕うことはない。君の葛藤は人間としてとても正しい。さらばだ、エミヤシロ。最後の忠告になるが、帰り道には気をつけたまえ。
I'm doing good, Lunas. Thanks for the follow.
これより君の世界は一変する。君は殺し、殺される側の人間になった。その身はすでにマスターなのだからな。
Oh, we Gucci. As soon as I leave, the weight on my shoulders seemed to lift. It might be because I'm away from the priest, but it might also be because I see Tosaka conspicuous in her uniform, and the blonde girl in a raincoat. The slightly mismatched sight of the two standing together relieves whatever pressure I felt. It's in the title. Saber is still silent. She looks at me and seems to want to know what I decided.
行きましょう。町に戻るまでは一緒でしょ。
Saber's best outfit. Tosaka starts walking, her pace brisk. Saber and I follow suit, and the three of us leave the church grounds. We walk down the hill. We hadn't talked much on the way here, but there's even less conversation on the way back. Even someone as dull as me knows why. After our visit to the church, I accepted my position as a master. That must be why Tosaka is keeping her distance. I get it. But I don't like the idea of seeing Tosaka in that light.
トサカ、お前のサーバント大丈夫なのか？
え？あ、うん。あーちゃんなら無事よ。まあ、セイバーにやられたダメージは簡単に消えそうにないから、しばらく実体化はさせ
I
ら
mean,
れない
am I
と思うけど。
wrong? She has better outfits.
じゃあそばには
She were on a nice boat trip.
ええ、私の家でかくまってる状態。今他のサーバントに襲われたら不利だから、傷が治るまでは有利な場所で敵に備えさせてるの。
Favorite character is Saber. I see. Her birthday suit's the best outfit. Now, it's coming up pretty soon. Unlike my house, I'm sure Tosaka's house is well fortified against enemies. A mage's home is like a fortress. There's not much chance of defeating them there. Which means enemies tend to not try attacking them from at home. The bounded field around our house just notifies us of intruders, but even having that makes a big difference.
そういえばトサカ、さっきやつ聖杯戦争の監督役って言ってたけどさ、あいつお前のサーバントを知ってるのか？
知らないはずよ。私教えてないもの。
そうなのか。お 前とあいつ仲がいいからそうだと思ってたけど。
Nah, fuck him, he's a creep.
あのね、ミヤ君、忠告しておくけど、自分のサーバントの正体は誰にも教えちゃダメよ。たとえ信用できる相手でも黙っておきなさい。そうでないと早々に消えることになるから。
Honestly, Saber having that raincoat is so silly.
セイバーの正体って何さ？
だからサーバントがどこの英雄かっていうことよ。いくら強いからって戦力を明かしてちゃいつか寝首をかかれるに決まってるでしょ。いいから後でセーバーから新名を教えてもらいなさい。そうすれば私の言ってることがわかる。けどちょっとタンマ、エミヤ君はあれだからいっそ教えてもらわない方がいいわね。
Is it because I'm retarded?
なんでさ？
エミヤ君隠し事できないものなら知らない方が秘密にできるじゃない？
あのな、人を何だと思ってるんだ。それぐらいの駆け引きはできるぞ、俺。
そう？じゃあ私に隠していることとかある？
遠坂に隠
It's
してるこ
super
とって
early in the morning, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I feel a hot blush in my cheeks as she looks at me. I shouldn't feel guilty, but I wonder if secretly idolizing her even counts in this context.
ほら見なさい。何を隠しているか知らないけど動揺が顔に出るようじゃ向いてないわ。あなたは他にいいところがあるんだから駆け引きなんて考えるのはやめなさい。
それじゃ遠坂はどうなんだよ。あの神父にも黙ってるってことはあいつも信用してないってことか。
If your mom about your servant? What's that phrase? Your mom? Because usually I would think that's just the English way of saying mom. But if your mom about your servant, even to that word. Oh, if you're secretive, I guess? But I never heard the phrase of mom, like you using that way.
キル？まさか。私、あいつを信用するほどおめでたくないわ。あいつはね、教会から魔術協会にくら替えしたくせに、まだ教会に在籍している食わせ者なのよ。人の情報を他のマスターに売るぐらいはやりかねないわ。
Saka huffs, obviously annoyed. I guess Sasaka really doesn't trust that priest. I'm a little relieved, but at the same time, her tone of voice also conveys a sort of closeness with that priest. This is a good track. This is a good track you can bop to. We cross the bridge. There's nothing else to talk about. Our frosty white breath hangs in the winter air. The faint sound of flowing water bubbles up from beneath the bridge where we walk in the streetlight's illumination. All of those small details etch themselves into my memory. Oddly, I don't think to look at Tosaka's face. It feels like more of a rarity to be walking beside her like this than it does to see her face. Me, Tosaka, and the girl called Saber, about whom I know nothing. The three of us, without doing anything in particular, walk back to our homes. We reach the intersection. It is where we had to separate as our homes are in opposite directions.
ここでお別れね。義理は果たしたし、これ以上一緒にいると何かと面倒でしょ。きっぱり別れて、明日からは敵同士にならないと。
I think she's trying to bring closure to our ambiguous relationship. Tosaka starts talking, but suddenly cuts off. Then I realize something. She didn't explain the rules to me of the obligation. She was only trying to help me, as I knew absolutely nothing to make things fair for me. And that's why, the moment things have been explained, everything goes back to normal. All that's left is for us to fight each other as masters. But that would make her last words to me strange. Tosaka must have meant it would be hard to fight if she feels empathy for me. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight was unnecessary. things would get complicated if we stuck together any longer. If that's how she feels, then she wouldn't have gotten involved with me to begin with. She's smart enough to know that, but she helped me, even knowing it wouldn't benefit her in any way. That's how I know she had no ulterior motive for doing what she did tonight. She did it purely out of the kindness of her heart. Tosaka is totally different now than she usually is at school. She's harsh and unfriendly at school, and that's putting it mildly. But seeing her right now, I want to ask why the hell she acts the way she does at school. Honestly, the difference is on a level of fraud. But either way, Rin Tosaka is also exactly what everyone thinks she is.
トサカっていいやつなんだな。
は？何よ突然。おだてだって手は抜かないわよ。
I know that. She had to tell me it would be a pain to be empathetic because she isn't going to go easy on me.
知ってる。けど、できれば敵同士にはなりたくない。俺、お前みたいなやつは好きだ。
What? I heard Tosaka's house is in the residence district with all the western houses in the opposite direction of my house. She took care of me up until now, so I like to walk her home.
とにかくサーバントがやられたら迷わずさっきの教会に逃げ込みなさいよ。そうすれば命だけは助かるんだから。
それは気が引けるけど、一応聞いておく。けど、そんなことにはならないだろう。どう考えてもセイバーより俺の方が短命だ。
I have calmly assessed the situation. Tosaka's reaction is once again puzzling. After that weary sigh, she glances at Saber.
いいわ。これ以上の忠告は本当に感情移入になっちゃうから言わない。せいぜい気をつけなさい。いくらセイバーが優れているからってマスターであるあなたがやられちゃったらそれまでなんだから。
He turns around and starts walking. And yet, she stops dead in her tracks after she's seen a ghost.
トサカ？
The moment I call out to her, a stinking pain shoots through my left hand.
ねえ、お話は終わり？
A young voice echoes into the night. The sing-song tone comes unmistakably from a young girl. My eyes are drawn to the top of the hill. I hadn't noticed the clouds parting. Now the brilliant moon illuminates the sky. And there, a shadow looms. It's a strange shape that seems out of place in a darkened town.
まさか。
I'm not familiar with the word Tosaka whispers. I don't even need to ask. It's definitely a servant. It gives off an overwhelming aura of death that surpasses even the fire from 10 years ago.
こんばんは、お兄ちゃん。こうして会うのは2度目だね。
The girl smiles. Her innocence sends a chill up to my spine. No, the chill goes deeper than that. It's not just my body, even my mind freezes. That thing is a monster. I'm not even looking into his eyes, but its intimidating presence paralyzes me. My instinct tells me I'm dead the instant I move. It feels like someone is pressing a knife against my exposed stomach.
やば、あいつ桁違いだ。
While all I manage to do is stand there, paralyzed, Tosaka is composed enough to brace herself. Even that seems futile. I can't only see her back, but I sense her despair.
あれ？なんだ、あなたのサーバントはお休みなんだ。つまんないな。2匹一緒に潰してあげようって思ったのに。
The young girl seems displeased as she stands at the top of the hill looking down on us. This is even worse. That girl knows that Tatsusaka's servant is not here. And then the girl bows gracefully, which seems wildly out of place given the current mood.
はじめまして、リン。私はエリア。エリアスフィール・フォン・アインツベルンって言えばわかるでしょ。アインツベルン。
Osaka trembles lightly, seeming to recognize the name. The girl smiles, seemingly delighted by Tatsaka's reaction.
じゃあ行くね。やっちゃえ、バーサーカー。
In a sing-song voice, the girl orders the monstrosity behind her. The giant jumps. In a single leap, this berserker sails all the way from the top of the hill to this bottom, where we stand.
シロ、下がって。
Saber surges forward, her raincoat flutters off her shoulders, blocking off my view for a moment. Saber runs towards where Berserker is about to land. Berserker lands, kicking up a small torrent of air in his wake. The two meet almost simultaneously. The very air shakes. Saber stops Berserker's rock-like sword with her invisible sword. Saber's mouth twists as she strains. And then Berserker's giant sword moves like a flash, creating a whirlwind. Thunder. The clash of swords almost tearing the air ends in Saber's defeat. I hear something skidding. Saber blocks Berserker's giant sword with her own, but the impact pushes her backwards. Saber buckles. The copper-skinned servant follows her. The monster swings this giant sword again and again, as if it knows how to do nothing else. Saber continues to block it with her sword, unable to dodge the strikes. Saber's sword being invisible doesn't matter. She needs to put all of her strength into blocking his attacks, or she's dead for sure. Saber is left with no choice but to remain on the defensive. The only chance Saber has of winning is to find an opportunity to strike between Berserker's attacks. And yet, that's only if Berserker leaves her an opening. His massive black sword moves like a raging storm. He is enormous. Despite his size and unwieldy weapon, Berserker is faster than Saber. His unrelenting attacks just smash whatever is in his way, that's all. But it's enough to be effective. As long as he retains his overwhelming speed and power, he doesn't really need technique. Humans devise technique to compensate for their own weaknesses. That giant, that monster, he has no weakness. It's the only thing I can manage to say. My body is completely frozen. That thing cannot be beaten. Saber is going to die. That's why she needs to run. It'd be easy if it was just her that needed to flee. Of course, she knows that perfectly well. That's not good. My body may be paralyzed, but my mind is still working. The raging storm of death simply won't let up. Saber retreats, unable to block it all. And then, the final unblockable blow comes. Saber hangs in the air, twisting her body impossibly. Saber manages to defend against Berserker's titanic swing. It's all she can do to defend herself from the fatal blow. But because she can't completely brace against the giant's tremendous swing, his attack sends her flying. After sailing in a wide arc, she falls to the ground. Just before her back hits the ground, Saber turns in mid-air and lands on her feet. She manages to compose herself, but crimson blood stains her chest. I'm such an idiot. I completely forgot about something crucial. I don't know how many times Saber's can fight in a day, but this is Saber's 3rd battle. On top of that, Saber hasn't healed from the wound Lancer inflicted on our chest earlier. Saber shifts her guard to protect her chest. Berserker moves in like a violent wind, striking at Saber while she's hampered by her wound. His blows rain down on her back. I don't know what kind of magecraft Totsuka used, but something burst against Berserker's body. For the amount of magical energy I can feel, the impact must have been equivalent to a large caliber pistol. Look at them muscles, man. Even that is meaningless. It barely even scratches him. He doesn't nullify magic energy like what Saber does. The attack just doesn't affect him. Despite that, Totsuka continues to cast her spell. Berserker just ignores Totsuka's spells and charges at Saber. Saber painfully lifts her head. She readies her sword, intent on continuing the fight. The sight of her in so much pain gets me moving again. I yell with all my might. She hears me. But she breaks herself to confront an enemy she can't possibly compete with. Berserker's attacks are relentless. Saber weakens with every block. The end slowly creeps up on her. Where in that small frame of hers does such power come from? Saber doesn't retreat. She endures the great sword's fierce attacks and tries to push Berserker back with sheer vigor. She has no chance of winning. Even though she knows her demise is inevitable, she holds her ground adamantly. Maybe it sensed something from her. The monster, silent until now, suddenly roars. Its attacks are impossible to block. Its attacks rain down on her, though her defenses are flawless. But one strike finally sends her flying. It's the sound of something falling in the distance. Fresh blood stains her armor. Her small frame shouldn't be able to rise, and yet... She stands up without thinking. Her actions say that she needs to keep going, or else I'll be killed. Her actions. I realize I made a foolish decision. Berserker stops after defeating Saber. It doesn't so much as look like Totsuka at me. It waits for its master's orders.
勝てるわけないじゃない。私のバーサーカーはね、ギリシャ最大の英雄なんだから。ギリシャ最大の英雄ってまさか。そうよ。そこにいるのはヘラクレスっていう魔物。あなたたち程度が刺激できる英雄とは格が違う。最強の怪物なんだから。
The girl calling herself Ilya narrows her eyes in joy. Her eyes express elation from the anticipation of finishing off her enemies. There is no need to ask who she's expecting to kill. Saber. Then what will I do? Am I going to fight that monster instead? I can't do that. Just getting near that thing without being prepared would be enough to stop my heart. I'm going to... Make your choice! Okay, 2. Always 2. Alright. 2 for the second option. Anyone else wants to jump in? I'll give it 2 more minutes. Two for Saber. Or 2 to help Saber, I should say. Some of y'all probably thinking. Got 1 minute left. So I think it's about a minute. Got a 1. Okay, I see it is... Are we on a route yet? Yes, we are on a route. We're locked in a route. We've been locked in a route for a couple of hours now. I refuse to abandon someone when they're down. That's how I've always lived my life. And most importantly, I can't leave the girl who fought so hard to protect me.
いいわよバーサーカー。そいつ再生するから一撃で仕留めなさい。
Berserker rumbles back into a movement. I run forward as fast as I can. I can't possibly do anything against that monster, but the least I can do is get Saber out of the way and save her from Berserker's attack. I forgot how sudden that was. I fall. Why? I was going to shove Shaver away from Berserker. Didn't I figure out what to do afterwards? So why? Why? I'm on the ground, unable to breathe. I hear surprised voices. First is Saber, who is in front of me now. Then there's Tosaka, standing at a distance, looking aghast. And then, for some reason, the girl calling herself Ilya stares out at me, dumbfounded. There's a gaping ragged hole in the middle of my body. I'm on the ground. On the asphalt, there's a little blood considering how big the wound is. I see some withered, branch-looking things and some shattered stuff. And man, that looks painful. All those parts scattered around.
そうか。なんて間抜け。
So I didn't make it. I could never have pushed Saber away, so I was just her shield. And then that ungodly huge machine thing took a good chunk of my stomach. I can't believe I felt at a time like this. I tried my best to be a hero of justice, but I screwed up. I screwed it all up when it really mattered.
なんで
The silver-haired girl face is blank as she speaks. After standing there dumbfounded, she just says,
もういい。こんなのつまんない。
she calls Berserker back without finishing Saber off.
リン、次に会ったら殺すから。
The girl leaves. After she disappears, I completely black out. I lose consciousness. I'm really dead this time. I somehow survived when Lancer killed me last time, but my luck's definitely run out. There's no magecraft that could save a person who just lost half his body.
あんた何考えてるのよ。分かってるの？もう助けるなんてできないっていうのに。
I hear a voice reprimanding me. It must be Tosaka. She sounds like she's really mad, and I feel bad. But I had no choice. I'm not good at everything like her. All I had to work with is my body. That's why the only thing I could do was risk it all, using my own body. So yeah, that wasn't a bad end. To those who were unaware. That was, in fact, the correct choice. It's still funny, though. But yeah, I'm gonna... Back to the dojo. Yeah, I'm gonna actually end it here. I've been streaming for close to 8 hours. So, that's a really good pausing point. So, next Saturday, it's going to be Girls Frontline, because we got CK to deal with. And then, probably Sunday, we'll be back to doing FGO. So, the week after that, we'll do Face Day Night again. Yeah, I can't do 24-hour stream. Not today. If Jinyu gets a rewrite, we might do it on the same day. We might do it on the same day as CK. But if not, then we might do that on Sunday instead. And then do FGO? We'll see. We'll see what happens. What chapter is CK? That's like 15.5 or 6? Around there. Do the I'm sleeping stream. Yeah, but then I got work, you know? So yeah, I can't really do 24 hours if even I wanted to. Isn't CK next week? CK is on the 26th. So I'll be doing it on Saturday. Because I can't stream during work nights. Do the I'm working stream. So you want me to do an IRL stream at work? A streamathon? A subathon? That was a countdown? Is it a countdown? Let's take a look. Is it a countdown? Let's see. Na, 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 na. Is CK getting reworked? No. Re-battle events. Well, I'm not seeing anything mentioning that it's going to be a countdown or anything like that. But yeah, if it's not here on Saturday, then we'll just do Ghost Frontline 2, I guess, because there is going to be content in Ghost Frontline 2 coming out. So we'll do that at least. Anyways, I will go ahead and end the stream, and I will see you all next week. You guys take care.